See the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Thank you, Brian. Brian just messaged me to let me know that I was muted. Isn't that cool? No sound. I see it now. Okay. So I'm going to start over for all of you people out there that were so kind enough to let me know. Welcome to Sav's Place. It's just like the other place. It's just got a different name. This is some of the stuff we have to do to persevere through this battle of censorship we seem to have with those in the establishment that don't want us getting out the truth. We got a strike the other night on a live stream when we were talking about events in Nashville and breaking down the body cam footage. The reason they gave was for hate speech. However, I've been over it a bunch. I've not found any hate speech anywhere. Nothing that could be construed as hate speech. I think they just didn't like me showing what they didn't want you to notice. So there's that. I put a link to the video. The video is still up. It's over on Rumble. I think I got out pretty much most of the information that I wanted to during that. One of the things I wanted to point out too is if you watch that body cam footage, what's something that's funny is they're going in, and if you notice, I point out in the video that the chairs are all pushed right up to the desks. It's all neat. My uncle was a janitor in a public school when I was really in, I don't know, about 10. And sometimes when I stayed with my aunt, he worked at night, I would go to work with him and it was only took a few hours. And that's what he would do is after he buffed the floor and swept and everything, he'd straighten the chairs and put them all up to the desk. Well, this is what this place looked like. Now, what you have to understand is that the shooter came in the door, he's roaming the hallways with firearms. They get the alert, there's a shooter roaming the hallways. And you mean to tell me your first response is to, okay, kids, let's all get up in an orderly fashion and all go out into the hallway and get out of the school? Or do you barricade the room, put stuff up against the wall, hide the kids? We had an incident took place here, local elementary school right here in my county, where because of this incident, somebody kind of freaked out, overreacted to someone being near the school or at the school or something. Anyway, it wasn't a danger. There was no one was in danger. But because of this alert of a stranger at the school, they took precautions, of course. And so my cousin, whose daughter is in that school, she was there volunteering for an Easter event, and she sent me some pictures. She told me about it like almost in real time. And she sent me some pictures. She said, we got the kids and put them back in the closet and we barricaded the door. Okay. And she sent these pictures and here's this stuff. They hodgepodge pushed it up against the door. Good idea. Right. Keep them from being able to get in there, at least make it difficult enough that they'll leave that place and go to another. So that's what really occurs when something like that takes place. You don't see any evidence of anything like that. And like I said, oh, here's a shooter running around in the hall with guns. Let's evacuate the school, which requires us to go out in the halls where there's this gunman of unknown whereabouts roaming the hall. That's just stupid on its head. So anyway, I'm just kind of waiting, letting some people roll in here. Let me see who I've got here so far. Of course, they're not going to be real big. I've just barely got, what do I got? 60 subs. I think I looked at earlier here. Yep, I'm at 60 subs on this channel. That's great. Thank you all for doing that. There's Naughty Hippo. She's like the queen moderator. She feels really good because I gave her like extra power. She has extra moderator powers and stuff. So she's pretty cool with that. So yeah, we're good. We got sound. Everything's good here. I wanted to also point out something that I thought was kind of coincidental. Here, right, the week before Easter, Donald Jesus Trump will be arrested in this dog and pony show that they're pulling for us. And it there again coincides along with the same time as they arrested Jesus. So here's what I would do. Okay. If I was running the PSYOP and I wanted people to believe, now let's imagine that I wanted to liken Donald Trump like to the savior. And there's people out there that are doing this for real. Honestly, that's why I joke and I call him Jesus Trump. Okay. So what could happen is if I was running the PSYOP, I would make it look like there was an attempt on him and he goes into critical condition. This has only got to be the story. All you got to do is make it look real, just like they do everything else, right? So then they say we lost him, but then we were able to bring him back, and he makes a miraculous recovery and then gets, you see what I'm saying? To parallel along with the Messiah type complex. I think that's an interesting one. I don't know if any of you noticed, but over in the thumbnail, I'm going to bring the picture up on the screen, was some residue, what we call residue of the Mandela effect. Those of you that don't know what the Mandela effect is, it's where things have inexplicably changed from one thing to another, with people having specific memories of it being the other way. For instance, like what I'm going to show right here next, the Berenstein Bears. Of course, this was the thumbnail for this stream tonight. So is this the one? Yeah. Okay. So let me go ahead and show this. This is what we call residue. Apparently, it has always been Berenstain Bears. Now, some of you, I know you all know this, but there are some that are maybe joining us that are not familiar with this, and I don't want to make them go, oh, shit, I don't even know what they're talking about. Okay. So apparently everybody thinks it's always been Berenstain with the A, bears. I, as well as many others, with anchor memories of it being the old way, with like it's spelled here in the TV guide, like with Frankenstein, with the E right there. So this is what we call residue. And the Mandella King, Brian Stavely, he is the Mandela King. He lives in Mandela headquarters in beautiful Centralville, near where Ed McMahon, who never gave out giant checks to people, whether you think he did or not, even though he did a parody video with Snoop Dogg where he went back and got the checks back from the people he gave them to, but that never happened. He noticed some other residue in here too. If you look up here where the Spider-Man is listed on channel 6, apparently at 6:30, Spider-Man was on, and you notice that there's no hyphen between spider and man as there appears today, and apparently the hyphen has always been between spider and man. So good job, Brian Stavely. Good job. But there's many, many, many other examples of this, and this is occurring in the Bible with physical objects, for crying out loud, to where the airplane wings set at, as opposed to where most people remember airplane wings being under the wing. Now they're forward of the wing, which just looks sillier and shit to me. And I used to sit there again with anchor memories, because I grew up making airplane models, and I was very specific. All my models had to be on a 1/48 scale, so they would all match with each other and shit. And I was very meticulous into making these things look as real as possible, because it was my hobby, one of my hobbies. And I never knew the jet engines to be setting forward of the wings as they do now. So I've got up here, instantly on this other thing where they're showing, I just had to, for the hell of it, I brought up Trump. I want to just go over it again. Now, I want people to understand I'm not for or against Trump. I'm not for or against Biden. I don't even believe in this stupid shit that they do. Okay. It's all a big show to begin with. If you don't believe me, if you don't believe that they can make you believe things that didn't really happen, you're probably not going to like some of the things that I say tonight. I would suggest you go back and watch a movie called Wag the Dog. Okay. Yeah, here's one example of what we're talking about. I have to repair this, but let me bring this back up. As you can see, this right here, this is a P-51 Mustang from World War II that I built, and it's very meticulous. The one aileron came off of it, but I have to glue that back on. But just as an example of what I do, so I pay a lot of attention to detail when it comes to these things. I'll have to unveil my Apollo landing model I have in the other room. Y'all really enjoy that one. But anyway, this guy, here he is now. Will he be gagged? They're going to play this out for a whole week to get people pissed off. They're going to pull little needles and shit out. I don't know if you've ever remember a game called Kerplunk, where you keep pulling out little pins until whoever makes a marble drop first, they have to collect that marble. Anyway, that's what they're doing. They're pulling out little things until somebody breaks bad. That's what they're trying to do. They're just generating up the anger. Oh, excuse me. And now it's going to be, Jesus Trump. They're not even going to let him talk. The right's going to be inflamed about it. And these people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and the rest of them are going to get out there and have their faces stretched, because they're the big front people now. And they're going to be upset. And then the left is going to say, did you hear Nancy Pelosi said that he will have his chance to prove his innocence? Turn the entire court system completely upside down. If I remember correctly, we're supposed to have a system where they have to prove your guilt. You don't have to prove your innocence. But that's exactly how she and many others just like her in positions like her actually see these things, you see. And that's a dangerous precedent, because people start saying that, just like they keep saying, this is dangerous to our democracy. And everybody believes that we live in a democracy when in fact we live in a republic. So You got to be careful with the wordplay, with the wordplay, with the wordplay. It's insane. But anyway, back to what we were talking about before. Let me go over here for a second. Oh, I'm already there. Okay, cool. What do you do? Is that the same message? Yeah. We got it. We're open. We're good now. What was I looking for? I got sidetracked here. Oh, yeah. All right. So that was one of them that we had found. And that was really good. I'm glad Brian was able to do that. But there are so many. I'm just going to go through a little, just kind of a list of them. And some of you people in the chat, you tell me which ones are correct or which ones you remember to be correct. Okay. So this one is a favorite. I love this one. Okay. Is Looney Tunes wrong or is Looney Tunes like music? Okay. This apparently with the TUNES is how it has always been. Okay. This on the left is how I remember it. And this on the left is the one that makes actually any kind of sense because they were cartoons, right? Not music. It wasn't music videos or anything like that. It was cartoons. So they were Looney cartoons, or for short, Looney Tunes. In fact, anybody that's ever seen the movie Where the Hell is Roger Rabbit or whatever is it called? Who Framed Roger Rabbit, right? What do they call that place? Toontown. It's spelled Toon, Toontown, because of cartoons. You see? So this would make absolutely zero sense, especially in the heyday of animation when Looney Tunes first came out. So I don't know. I thought y'all could see my arrow on there. Apparently you can't. Can you? Why is all this other stuff over here on the right? Oh, I see why. Never mind. We're going to do this a different way. My bad. Watch this. We're going to go just share screen. There we go. So anyway, what I had from that was I went view image there. Now you can see it a little better. But as I was saying, the one on the right makes no sense. The one on the left absolutely makes sense. So we go back over here, and there's some other ones that are pretty interesting too. There's Lulu. Hello, Lulu, and welcome. Let me see who else here. We got Barbara the Nail Pusher. Push button 62. Hey, we're getting some people. There's Chuck in Tennessee. How you doing tonight, Chuck? Nice to see you, buddy. Nice to see you. Naughty Hippo. That's my little sweetie pie. She's in the other room. Dreamy Lynn escaped the chains. Barbara the Nail Puller we had. Okay. I think I covered the gambit. See, this is what the nice part of having small crowds is about, you see. So in the chat, you might have seen something about us talking about the Kit Kat. Okay, so where's the dash, right? They've taken that away. And apparently, well, no, they didn't take it away. Apparently, it never freaking was here. So we're seeing this effect in product names. Here's another one, Oscar Mayer. And I remember that song. M-E-Y-E-R. My baloney has a first name. It's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name. It's M-E-Y-E-R. Now it's M-A-Y-E-R. Mayer. You see, these are just just a few examples of this, and there's like hundreds more. I really suggest you go over and look at Brian Staveley, Dose of Reality channel. He's got like 3 channels where he's got tons and tons and tons of this. Here's another one that's big for me is like with the Febreze. Now, I remember it spelled like the breeze, like what blows next to you, you know, like the wind. And now it's B-R-E-Z-E. And there have been some residue from that effect as well. C3PO, this is a big one. A lot of people, this C3PO silver leg. Okay. Here's tons and tons of pictures of C3PO, right? And I know people all the time, they talk about, well, in the different stories, he had one with a red arm for this reason and that reason and the other. This right here, yeah, okay. So here's in episode 7. Let me bring this up bigger. There we go. So episode 7, yeah, there's the red leg, no silver leg. Okay. Here we are in 3 through 6. Okay, so this is 3 is the first time you ever see C3PO, and there he is with the silver leg, and in all 3 of those episodes, he had the silver leg. Okay, so this is actual, this is data from Star Wars geeks and people that are, and I don't mean that disparagingly. My wife's a Star Wars geek. So, yeah, okay, so the very first time we saw C3PO was in the very first movie, those of you that have seen it, which was episode 3, A New Hope. And the ship that they're on is under attack by an Imperial cruiser. And they're bumbling around, and he's there. You see C3PO. What? Yeah, I know. It's episode 4. Yeah. Is it episode 4? Yeah. Whatever. See, she's got to correct me all the time. So anyway, there's the first movie they ever made about Star Wars. There, okay. So the first time you see these, they're under attack, and I remember this specifically because he was all gold and he was all silver. I wasn't really sure what was going on, and I wondered, did that mean that they were like 2 different kinds of robots, or were they the same kind of robot, or what? I remember that. But I know for sure he didn't have a silver leg. So this isn't because he was ever dismembered. I think the first time you ever see him become dismembered is when he gets hit with a blaster in the Cloud City or some shit. But so there it is, the very first scene. And it's not just a reflection, because here's other stills from the same scene. You see, he's got the silver leg every time. And that one kind of messed me up. So there's a couple more here too. Let me see. I think I clicked on a thing that says C3PO. I did. Okay, so now this is one that y'all have to help me out with. And that's this little critter. I guess his name is Pikachu. Okay. Now this bullshit came out long after I'd ever be interested in something like this, right? I guess this is that Pokemon. But from what I understand, there's a lot of people really into it, right? And some people say he's supposed to have the black stripe, and there's a bunch of people says he's not supposed to have the back thing. Hey, push button. There's the weird shit about that Roman numeral 4. I want y'all to notice that push button 62 used an IV for a 4. Okay. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because I want you to look up, go into Google. We'll do it here in just a minute. And we'll look up for clocks. And you look on these damn clocks. And now where the 4's at, there's a whole bunch of them have 4 1s instead of the IV, like the Roman 4. And all the V's in the numerals point in toward the middle of the clock, which means that the 6 is upside down on them, which is totally stupid to me. Anyway. So I'm not sure which one's supposed to be there. There's Art. Hello, Art Akudo. Good evening. So I'm not sure really which one of these 2 is supposed to be correct or not, but there's a lot of people that are into this, and this seems to have affected this one too. So even the Pokemon people have been affected. People can think they haven't been affected, but the one that I'm really going to blow your mind with is this one. This is the number 1 one that I've been killing people with here recently. There's a lot of people grew up watching The Wonderful World of Disney, 7 p.m. Sunday nights on NBC, right? Am I right? Everybody knows, right? So what would happen? Little Tinkerbell would come out, right? And she'd make the wand over top of the castle, and it would make that dome, and then she would dot the I on Disney, and the little sparkles would come off, right? Well, now apparently that has never freaking took place, ever. It's never happened. It's never happened. So here another one, the Monopoly guy, right? Does he got a monocle or does he not got a monocle? I don't remember him ever having not having a monocle. So what's going on over here with this dude on the left? That's not, it's crazy. It's crazy shit, right? Here's another one. Look how it's supposed to be FLINT stones, Flint stones, not Flintstones. Because get it? Flint is a type of rock. Flint stones. Everything in the Flintstones was about rocks and shit. Everybody was named after rocks and things like that. So Flint stone, you know? Nope, no more. Gone. History. Out the window. Out the window. There's another one too. To hyphen or not to hyphen? Which one of these Coca-Colas is correct? Here we got 3 different versions. I always remember the one there on the bottom, it seems like. But see, I've never been a soda person. I know that top one ain't right. I know that top one ain't right at all. So here's another one too, Fruit Loops. This is a big one for people. Now, a lot of these, what I'm doing is I'm grabbing shit that should get you from your childhood memories, at least. Okay, so here we've got Fruit Loops is spelled with 2 O's for fruit. I remember it spelled like fruit, not fruit with 2 O's. But apparently now it is. This is what some crazy shit right here too. Chick-fil-A, that's a big one with people. See, I remember, I don't know, man. Which one do you remember? Dreamy Lane, you say it's the bottom one? Yeah, Barney Rubble, right, Art? Exactly. Barney Rubble. So the Chick-fil-A, the bottom one is the correct one? Well, apparently it's that top one. See, they're really screwing with us. Really hard. I keep saying they. Now this one right here, I don't know. Whoops, wait, what happened? I don't remember McDonald's. I remember just MC Donald's. What do y'all got? Now see, there's the thing. There's that all things are not everybody. For instance, my wife, she worked in the health department even when they came out with the HIPAA Act. And she swears to God it's always been, and she would have a knowledge to know that it was HIPAA. It's always been that. But I recollect it and remember because of what it stood for. I had to know some shit about it as well. HIPPA, which was the Health Insurance Patiency Privacy Act. Now it stands for something, Health Insurance Portability something Act. I don't know. An accountability or some kind of shit like that. That's another one. The Drug Enforcement Agency is not. It's now the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA. I mean, this is just some crazy stuff, but it's not just this stuff. It's not just this stuff. Let me see if I can find just a couple of more on here. Interview with a vampire or interview with the vampire? I remember it was interview with the vampire. No, wait a second. Now I'm confused. Because I had that fucking book. Let me see. Yeah, interview with a vampire. Wait a minute. See, now I'm taking the download. I don't know, man. But I do know that I'm finding some stuff. And if anybody's more familiar with the Bible that could be a little help to me, I had another interesting experience happen the other day. Yeah, Southern people do say McDonald's, but it's always been MC. I've never remembered the A in there at all. So, but my, what was I talking about? Shit. Yeah. Because I remember long before there was a movie or anything, I ran across that book in a drugstore. I was just in junior high. And I remember reading it, and it was really a great book. It was really good. I was really kind of anxious when they put that movie out. So I thought it would, and it did follow the story pretty well. Here's another big one too, is with the Cheez-Its or Cheez-It. What do you remember? A T Rubble. So there's other things too that, like, for instance, words, the spellings of them. I, as well as other, remember dilemma having a silent N in it, that most of us, in order to remember, I know myself, and I've heard others say it too, that to remember how to spell it, you would mispronounce it unpurposely. Dilemma. Oh man, incidentally, I had a great interview. Sorry, I almost forgot. I was going to say I said something about it while I was muted and then went through all that. Anyway, on Brian Stabley's channel yesterday, it was incredible. We had a really good time. Covered a lot of stuff on there. And when you're talking to an old fart like me, there's really quite a lot to try to cram into a little bit of time, which ends up turning out to be a long amount of time. So what did I do here? I covered myself up. Look at that. So yeah, if you get a chance, go over to Brian Stabley's channel. It's on the Brian Stabley 3 channel. Let me see if we can. Brian, if you're in here, you're a mod. You can put your link in. Another one too is this Mona Lisa smile. What is the deal with that too? Because I always remember hearing songs about Mona Lisa smiling. Let me see if I can find that down here. Mona Lisa's smile, and hear about it in songs and shit like that. And I was like, that girl does not look like she's smiling at all, and now that's changed. Now she, because I thought, well, she don't look happy at all to me. That's what I've always thought. I never thought, I don't know, everybody made a big fuss about that painting, and I never could figure out why, but I don't know. I guess I don't understand classic art. It's because I'm a flat earth flurfer. I'm a flurfer with Mandella effect. Here's another one. It's a big one. The Fruit of the Loom. Anybody remember Fruit of the Loom? I always remember the one on the left with the cornucopia. In fact, that's where I learned the word cornucopia. Another anchor memory. And I was, whose hand is up her dress? And I was folding laundry with my mother, I remember. And I was sitting there telling her, because I was little, and I told her, I said, oh, there's a grapes and there's an apple. And I said, I don't know. And I remember thinking those were lemons. And I said, green grapes. And then I said, and that's a weird basket. And my mom says, that's a cornucopia, David. And I was like, cornucopia. And I thought that was a cool word. So I was going around, and I remember telling my friends, on your tag on your underwear with that fruit, that basket's called a cornucopia, and I was like, I thought it was cool to tell other kids that shit, every time I learned something, I was always wanting to tell somebody else. So yeah, I was a weird kid. Yeah, I admit that fully. Let's see what I've got. A couple more on here as well. Is that all they're going to give me? Is that the only ones? Oh, wait, there we go. See more images. So a lot of people remember Sex in the City. I remember it as Sex and the City. And apparently it's Sex in the City. And because I remember thinking that it should be Sex in the City, but it was actually Sex and the City, because that was the name of her column. The girl with the big nose, what's her name? Sarah Jessica Parker. I don't know. I never watched it, but I had to work with people who had, and so I got to hear about it secondhand. I was pretty not impressed. I didn't care. What? Mr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper, that's somebody fucking with people. You have to be really careful when you're in here, because Google likes to dick with people. Oh, and I have proof of this. Oh, yeah, I wanted to go over this. Okay. So let me do something here real quick. All right. I'm sure you've been in a situation where you're in a group on Facebook or what have you, and especially if you're in something to do with the Mandella effect, flat earth, religion, evolution. You'll get these people that want to argue and argue, and they argue day and night. And they're irritating, and they get shitty with you, and you end up blocking them, right? So over the years on this platform of Facebook, I have blocked a great many what I call globe trolls that have nailed at me through these flat earth groups and what have you. So today, just for shits and giggles, I went to go look at my block list. I just wanted to see what it was. And this is amazing. I'm going to show you something here. Let's see, I sent it to him. Okay, so there it goes. So let me pull this up. Okay, so if you'll look here, their names are gone now. Now these went as regular names, whatever they might have, Johnny Buttcrack or whatever their name they would put up before. But for some reason, their name that was showing up on the screen is gone now, because I've never interacted with anybody named Fact Checker. Okay. I have run across them, with their fact checkers have checked my shit and told me that it's something that it's not or whatever. But look at this. This is fact checker, fact checker, fact checker, fact checker, fact checking, fact checking. Okay. There's another fact checker, fact checker, fact checker, Charlie, fact checking, fact checking. No, none of these names had that in it before. So what we're looking at here, here's more. Look at all these. I had some that said Facebook admin from some other freaky country or whatever. Indonesia, I think. And I was thinking, you remember Hillary talking about how they were going to have a cyber army? Okay. This is it. I believe this is it. Whether it be bots, I think it's bots. Because look at this, every single one of them. Here's one: Spybot John, Spybot Gunnagather, Spybot Gaming, Spybot Parker, Spybot, every one of them. So this is what we're seeing. And there's more. There's absolutely more. Oh, yeah, the Wizard of Oz, they're going to go standard measurement. So it's going to be the Wizard of 28 grams from now on. But see, isn't that something? All that time you're sitting there thinking, and I was talking to somebody else and they said, oh my God, I want to go back and check something. Because they were on they were trying to figure out how this guy who was a weatherman in a news place had the time to be constantly telling them that chemtrails weren't real. They were full of shit, and that this is what they're seeing and everything else. And they finally asked him, said, don't you have a job there at the station that you should be doing instead of being on here at all hours of the day and night and fucking arguing? See, that's the thing that you always see too, because it don't matter. You post anything about flat earth, evolution, religion, anything about that, right? Boom, it's like they target in the Agent Smiths. Well, that's exactly what they were. That's exactly what we saw coming through to it. Right there, man. Now, how much more fucked up does that make what you think of your reality? The fact that you've most likely been arguing and interacting with nothing more than fucking AI bots, man. Think about that. That's disconcerting. When I saw that list, that's only part of it, man. That's only part of it. Because, I mean, this is like whole pages, whole freaking pages of it. Look at this. Look at this. And a fact checker, fact checker, fact checker. I mean, their little avatars are the same. Their little names. Not this one isn't. Okay. But I mean, some of these, like this guy with the monkey and the tinfoil hat down here. Because I remember arguing with those shitheads and they had regular human names. But now look at it. Makes no sense how that happened, man. But I'm glad I ran across that. And these spy bot ones. The fuck is going on, right? Ain't that get you? Fedbook, Lulu. Absolutely, man. So what do you think's really going on? Maybe 80% of the fucking people you may be interacting with on that goddamn platform aren't even real. No wonder everybody's getting censored for shit, man. These robots are just going crazy everywhere. That's insane. But anyway, if anybody wants to see the breakdown I did of the event in Nashville, I'm putting it in the chat. It's still up at Rumble. Please go over and take a look at that. It's been getting quite a bit of views for me on Rumble, anyways. I mean, what are we up to? 86? Let's see, 88. 88. It's achieved 88 views, and that's pretty good for me on Rumble. I'm not a real huge channel over there. I've only got 19 followers. Make sure you go over there and check it out. Subscribe to my channel. I'll be putting up things from here over there, as well as doing some content and probably live streams there as well to talk about things that this platform certainly does not want you to talk about, like is of anything of relevance. Okay. I think what's going to end up happening is YouTube is going to be a platform for cat videos and God knows what stupidity, I guess. It already is. I mean, what am I talking about? So I don't see any real good future plans for this YouTube. I mean, if they don't change their ways. I mean, I'm seeing some of these commercials. Have you guys seen the Rumble commercial? I'm going to pull this up. This is hilarious. I mean, they've got some really good ones. They really do. This one I thought was freaking hilarious. Let me pull this up. I sent it to, here it goes. Hang on. Let me remove that from there. Stop screen, present. I'm going to go share. There.
Welcome to YouTube.
Thanks. It's great to.
Hi, welcome to YouTube.
Thanks. It's great to be here. I'm just gonna upload my video right now.
Let me see it first. Oh, wow. No, you can't post that.
Why not?
I don't agree with that. Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Ew, what are you doing?
I'm uploading my video.
This is so freaking on point, man. This is so freaking on point. This is almost like I can picture him like this, only with iridescent colored hair.
Right, that's a warning, pal.
Dude, you need to relax.
Flag!
What?
Okay, you want to get crazy? Boom, boom, double flag. There goes your video.
Did you just cancel me? All right, I'm gonna be leaving now.
Where are you going?
To a place where I can't get canceled and they celebrate free speech.
Have fun in Fantasyland.
It's not Fantasyland. It's called Rumble. Later, pal.
So I thought that was pretty creative. They've been coming out, and that's right on YouTube. That's what I can't get. But I think more and more people are starting to gravitate over to that because, I will do that, and I have to leave here to go there on my main channel. Lulu, I'll do that. I'll do that after I get off this broadcast. I absolutely will. I thought I had it over there. Maybe I don't. But anyway, well, it'll only take a second. No. Anyways, it's real easy to remember. It's SSUM 369 is what it's called over there. Just like it was originally here. It's just the abbreviation for Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. And of course, the 369, which is the Tesla, we call it the Tesla code. But I thought that was really an interesting thing. I was talking with Brian Stavely. Let me do something here. I was talking with him on his that interview he did with me yesterday. I had a fantastic time. We went like for 4 hours. It was fantastic. And he was asking me what was my first Mandela effect. And for me, it was actually Nelson Mandela's funeral, although I didn't realize it as a Mandela effect at the time. I remember, as I was telling him, I came in and there's this thing on the TV on the news. It was Nelson Mandela's funeral. And I was like, well, that motherfucker died a whole long time ago, man. What the hell are you talking about? Is this a replay? I was like, is this an anniversary of it or something? And it said live. So I was like, were they I couldn't figure it out. Like, were they reinterring the guy, or were they reenacting it or something? And another strange aspect to it too is there was an African guy there that was doing sign language for the eulogy. And he was wearing one of those, like the Shriners wear. It's called a kufi. And he was doing and I remember everybody was commenting on, nobody could tell what kind of sign language that dude was giving. And I remember a lot of the people on the newscast, they couldn't figure out what was going on with that either. And because I remembered him dying years and years ago, back in like the late 80s, mid 80s, late 80s, in prison. And his wife, Winnie Mandela, becoming the president of the African National Congress, which I don't know, does that exist? So there we are. And that was my very first one. And then I started hearing some buzz about that, people talking about this changed and that changed. And I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? And it was around the same time as I came onto Flat Earth. It was like all this shit kind of hit me around at that same time, Mandela effect, because I was talking about the Mandela effect with another guy. And then he hit me with that flat earth shit. And I went, oh, fuck, not you too. Really? I mean, I've been hearing there's people that still believe the earth is flat. And it's what cracks me out. Like they transported here from the 1400s. And I said, yeah, okay, right. And he's like, no, look into it, really. And he keeps sending me some shit. So I did start to look into it. And I was like, all right, I'm going to put a fucking end to this shit once and for all. When you're talking to a kid who, grew up reading Isaac Asimov, shit like that. I was watching Cosmos and shit all the time. And I knew the distance to the moon and the stars and all that shit. It was all in memory in my head. I was a smart motherfucker, right? And when I went to go to try to disprove that shit, and of course I've got a pretty open mind, I couldn't do it. And it came to a startling realization that was all a load of crap, especially when I started to examine the level of assumptions that have to be considered as fact in order for that whole thing to even make any sense to anybody. Nobody bothers. They'll ask a question and they'll answer it with something you don't understand. It's like if you say, well, how do you know how far away the sun is? They'll say parallax. Well, that's all well and good, parallax, but you have to have some kind of reference. And if you start from Jump Street, nobody's ever had any reference of a size or distance of any of the celestial objects. So in order to calculate any of their distances, you would have to have some known value, like a size to compare it to, or a distance to compare it to that's known, something that's known. And in that situation, there's nothing. Okay. So you start to find the assumptions. For instance, in their assumption that Mars or Venus was approximately the same size as Earth. Well, how the fuck you know that? How do you know how big Mars is? Where do you get this stupid idea from? Right. And that's what you're going to use to calculate and tell me some bullshit that, okay, well, that sun is 93 million miles away. There you go. 836,000 miles in diameter. Okay. You know this shit because of a word, parallax. Awesome. Fuck you. It's not true. Oh, look at there. Naughty Hippo done put that link in the thing in the chat to the channel. I don't believe she can't edit the description, so that's the one thing. So I'll have to do it. And you know what? I'll do it right now. Watch this. You want to see me do some? All right, watch here. I'm going to go copy link, and then I'm going to go over here into onto this channel right here, And I'm going to go over to, how do I do that? I go to my videos. Okay. So if I go to my dashboard, customization, hang on. Layout, branding, basic info. So there's part of the description. It's going to be in the description of the channel. That's all I'm putting in there right now. Whoa, that's not good. Hold on a second. Damn. It didn't. I'm going to go and do it this way. I'm going to go to my content. What? See? So I don't like to do this shit when I'm. Okay, there we go. Copy. There. Paste. All right. It should be in the description for this channel right here. Good to go. I'll put it in the other stuff later. That was a good idea. Thank you, everyone. All right. So where was I at about this crazy shit that's going on in this world? So we got this Mandela effect, and one of the things that we're finding out is that there may be a message. If this is kind of like a puzzle, we're supposed to maybe figure this shit out. We've got instances of something to do with bells. We're seeing a pattern with bells. Popular band from the 80s called Bell Biv DeVoe. Some of you may remember BELBIV, right? Bill Bev DeVoe. Now it's two L's, like a ringing bell, Bell Biv DeVoe. Apparently Pavlov, who did his experiment with dogs, never used a bell now to wow, what happened there? We're way behind. Shit. Never used a bell to make the dog salivate. Now it's a metronome. Okay, so there again, another instance of a bell. The Tinker Bell that we spoke of earlier that has never come out and done the little arc over top of the castle is now Tinker Space Bell. I think there's a couple other examples and they've slipped to my mind right off right now, but there's some really crazy shit. Let's see, because of South Park and their Rob Reiner episode, part of me expects Mandela to jump out and yell, "You've just been Mandela." No shit, right? I love South Park too, yes. Who we got here? Yeah, I know, Art. He was supposedly used a bell, but now it was a metronome. So what are they telling us? The things that are turning black. There are things turning black in Dallas when they pull in at the beginning, showing the credits. The white split rail fence is now black. We're seeing that the candles at the unplugged Nirvana, Kurt Cobain, MTV Unplugged, where he had white candles on the stage, are now black. Nancy Sinatra in her Boots Are Made for Walking video, the dress that was white is now black. Some residue of that recently found is the album cover that song appears on, where she's wearing the white dress. So it's not like people misremembering things. We have residue. Brian Stabley has this collector C3PO, right? And no, it's not that they wanted to save gold paint and all this other stupid nonsense, because that doll that figure he's got is extremely detailed. There's little markings in the whole, even the little wires that are coming up in the abdomen and that are, got little stripes, and, they differentiated as different wires and shit. So it's, it's not that. And as you can see in those screenshots from the opening scenes of the very first Star Wars movie, it was always that way. When they're stuck in the Death Star, they go into the refuse, where the refuse is at, where all the wow, somebody got excited. Where they're trapped, and there's that creature in there, and the walls start coming in, right? It's the walls come in, and Luke is talking to the two droids, and R2D2 is frantically trying to get the codes or whatever else out of the machine there. And Luke says, "Tell are to shut down all the what on the detention level. Now, in my reality, it was trash compactors. In everybody else's reality, it was trash compactors. Now he says to shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level, which just sounds fucking stupid. Okay. It just does. Now, the ones that I find that are getting kind of disturbing are, well, they're all kind of disturbing, but I find them exciting too. I'm not afraid of these things. I think it's really kind of neat. Is that there's a lot of things that are changing in scripture, a lot of things that are changing in the Bible. Now, what's so interesting about this whole thing is this is a supernatural thing. This isn't people misremembering shit. This is things actually changing in physical form in real time. And this effect is still going on. This is something that's still going on. Because we're finding more and more stuff all the time. Some of it's stuff we just hadn't noticed before. And some of it's like, hey, that just changed. Some of the things in the Bible have been pointed out that the changes reflect things that are happening in our world. Whereas when it, what's the scripture number? Shit, I got my thing right here. Is it Matthew? Where's the one I'm looking? Oh, where'd my papers? Here they are. My cliff notes. I have little cliff notes. Let's see. Okay, Job 21:24. He says his breasts are full of milk. His breasts are full of milk. Where's that one? One that really bothered me was, I think it's in Luke, where it's talking about Jesus is actually saying to bring his enemies and kill them in front of him. I don't remember him ever talking about that. In Leviticus, it says if you don't have a lamb to sacrifice, that you can bring 2 turtles. Now, all that was done there is something happened, because I do remember that there was something about 2 turtle doves. But in this case, doves is gone and turtle is a plural, which wouldn't make any sense because of Jewish law. A reptile would be considered unclean. So that's just even stupid in itself too. And you can look at this yourself. It's Leviticus 12:8. It says you can bring turtles for sacrifice. The one I'm looking at that gets me, perhaps it's on this side here. Let's see. I got so many of them here. So there again, yeah. In Acts 12:4, it talks about holding Jesus until Easter instead of Passover. So they're talking about Easter, which wouldn't have been correct. The one where he wants his enemies slain, that's 19:27. Luke 19:27. It says to bring his enemies before him and slay them before his feet. Let me see. Let me look that one up. Luke 19:27, just to verify the wording of that. Matthew, Mark. Oh, right before John. There it is. What did I say that was? 19:24, right? Almost. There, she's hollering for the dog. 19. Is that the right? 19:24. Nope, that ain't the right. No, what did I say? 19:27. I'm sorry. 19:27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. That's Jesus talking. That's the red letter in your Bible right there. But the one that coincided with I should have had this little better cast up. There's another about nursing fathers that we find in Isaiah 49. One of the big ones is the Isaiah 11:6, where we all know it as the lion laying with the lamb has been changed to the wolf. But I'm looking for the one with the limited gatherings. Can't remember exactly which one. I don't know, man. I don't remember where I got to do a better job of organizing this shit. But anyways, I'm going to kind of open it up and let some people come up if they'd like to talk on any one of these subjects, whether it be with the craziness about this Trump arrest, Mandela effect, whatever the case, flat earth. If you're into it, come on up. I'm just kind of doing a little live on this new stream so that we can get some people here, get them familiar with the place, and just kind of get some shit going on here. Because it's trash compactors push button. I know, but apparently no, not anymore. It's not that. So yeah, the one I used to say in there, where I was going with that is where one or more are gathered in my name, I shall be in their midst, has been changed to where two or three. It used to be where two or more are gathered. Now it's where two or three. And it's like, wait a second. What happens if you have four? That ain't no good. I mean, little changes like that. Little changes. Now, I found one recently, and this is really another weird thing that happened to me. A lot of you might know, and some of you might not, that as I was going through this, highlighting some of the different Bible verses that have changed, and I had just finished doing one out of Exodus, and it's let's see, Exodus 34:14. It says, "For thou shalt worship no other gods, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous." Let's see, no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. So his name is jealous, and it shows it with a capital J, and then describes the jealous as the jealous God, the adjective, with a small j. So that was meant to be a name. Okay. Now, when I just got done doing that, a scrap of paper fell out of this that was apparently, I'd gotten this Bible at a thrift store. So this apparently belonged to whoever had owned it before and used it as like a bookmark, and written on it, only thing written on it was Psalm 83:18. So I was like, okay, let's see what's at Psalms 83:18. So I went back here and let's see. Almost. So 83:18 says that men say now, so that men may know that thou, whose name alone is Jehovah, art the most high over all the earth. So there, that right after highlighting that, where it's obviously changed to say God's name is jealous in Exodus, that piece of paper falls out of this Bible with the only thing written on it is that verse, which is one that tells me that his name is Jehovah. And I'm like, was that an accident? Okay, so yesterday, after I was on the stream with Brian Stabley, I went back into the front room, and there I got a little table set up there that I keep stuff on, my ashtray and my stuff like that. And sitting on there, I see a little scrap of paper like this, and it has some writing on it. Now, at first, I saw it sitting there, and I thought my wife was playing a joke on me or something, and he'd gotten this at lunch or something, that it was a fortune out of a fortune cookie or something, because that's what it looked like. And so I saw it sitting there, and I said, where did this, hadn't even read it yet. And I said, where did this come from? And she goes, I don't know. I was going to ask you. I found it in my knitting bag, in her yarn bag. And I was like, she said, I thought it might have fallen out of your stuff from you studying this stuff. And I just put it over on your table. And I was like, no, I've never seen this before in my life. And she goes, well, I haven't either. I don't know where it would have come from. So neither of us have any idea where this could have possibly come from. And on it is written Hebrews 2:15 or 2:18. I'm sorry. It says, since he himself has gone through suffering and temptation, he is able to help us when we are being tempted. So I went and compared it with what I've got in the King James Bible. So I don't know which, and it is different. Okay. So I don't know which one is supposed to be right. Okay. So, as I said, this one that on this piece of paper says, since he himself has gone through suffering and temptation, he is able to help us when we are being tempted. in the King James that I have, it says, "For in that he himself hath suffered being tempted, he is able to succor them that are tempted." So this is suffering and temptation, and the one in the King James said that he was suffered being tempted, not temptation and suffering. So I don't know if there's which one's supposed to be right. So if anybody's really any familiar to that, I think that it was worth me looking into, just based on the odd circumstances by which we even came across that. We're still at a loss to know where the heck that piece of paper would have come from, or why it would end up in her knitting or crochet bag. It's not mine. I've never seen it. So I don't know. There again, just like the other piece of paper that fell out of the Bible, I'm wondering, is this trying to tell me something? Again, I don't know. I think it is. I reached out to Wake Up or Else channel, and he said, unfortunately, he wasn't familiar enough to give me an opinion or an idea. So if anybody knows, if they can find out what 2:18, Hebrews 2:18 is actually supposed to say, please let me know. You can, I got a thing. This is really cool. Y'all can do my email, taurusfield369@yahoo.com. Y'all can drop me an email if you find anything about that. I'd be greatly interested for anybody to tell me. They not make it easier to read. What's she saying here? Let me see what we got. And if God wanted everyone to listen to the word, why did they not make it easier to read or follow? That's very interesting. That's why I say that it's supposed to be the inspired, is the word of God, but of course it was written by men. So if you're worshiping that and sticking completely to that, then whoever wrote that is your God. Now let me tell you why. There's some interesting stuff in Revelation saying that whoever screws with this is going to be pretty much cursed. There's a curse at the end of Revelation in 22:18, where it says, "For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto them the plagues that were written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of this book of his prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book." These changes seem to be being told to us in prophecy as well. In Daniel, I think, is one place. One of them that's changed here, just ran across it, Matthew chapter 7. It says in chapter 7, verse 1, "Judge not that ye are not judged." And I always remember that as "Judge not, lest ye be judged." So I don't know, that one's changed. That's also the Lord's Prayer is over here in chapter 6 of Matthew, where "forgive us our trespasses" has somehow changed to "debts" and "debtors." Yet, so here's where it's changed. "And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen." Then the next verse, 14, says, "For ye give men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you." So it says the trespasses is in after it, which would be in reference to what you just prayed. Some crazy. I forgot where I was going. This kind of shit happens, but we play it free and easy. I'm trying to find. Wait. Yeah. And Hosea, 4:6. "My people perish for lack of knowledge," is what it's supposed to say. And now it says, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." And this is showing up everywhere. Here it is. Daniel, is it 7? Yeah, 7:25. Listen, it says, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given unto his hand until the time and times and the dividing of time. This is talking about what's going on right now, I believe. I really do. There's historical events that have been added, which is really dismaying to myself and others who kind of pride themselves on knowing a great deal of our history. There's apparently another incident that took place that launched our involvement into World War I that I had never heard of. I had only known of the sinking of the Lusitania, but I also found out that there was a huge explosion that blew out all the windows in Manhattan due to German sabotage in World War I. It damaged the Statue of Liberty so that nobody's been able to go up in the torch ever since. And this has been known as the Black Tom explosion. Have any of you out there ever heard of the Black Tom explosion? Unless you've watched Brian Stabley or on me, I bet you haven't. There's also an area right off the Outer Banks, the coast of North Carolina, known as Torpedo Alley, that during World War II, over 500 American ships were lost by German U-boats due to torpedoes of German U-boats just off the coast of North Carolina. I don't remember that ever occurring, ever. I always thought the first attack wasn't on American soil, was not the Black Tom explosion, but the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, almost 30 years later. So historical events have changed. Things are being added to our timeline, to our reality. I don't think it has anything to do with timelines. Otherwise, we wouldn't have residue. We wouldn't have memories. And like I said, we don't all have the same ones, because like I said, with HIPAA, my wife, she remembers the HIPAA and always having been that. And I don't. However, we both remember Tinker Bell doing her little thing. We both remember the cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom. So there's a lot of different, there's so many anomalies involved with that. It's like, why is there some people realize it and other people's don't realize it? Some people are, and those that you show it to that know damn well, they'll admit that a couple of them, they just blow it off and then say, oh, well, people are just misremembering. And it's like, no, it ain't. So you've got other people out there that are kind of scared of the whole thing, because what are the implications of that? Well, we've heard several theories as to what could be causing it. A lot of people like to look at the Hadron Collider. A lot of other people like to look at, alternate timelines where they got shifted together. There's even a guy out there that thinks that we beamed to a different Earth in another part of the Milky Way for some reason. I don't know. I think this is being done supernaturally by some entity or entities that are beyond our capabilities. I'm sure that the big scientists and shit would love you to think that they're responsible for being able to do something like this, but I don't believe so. This is too specific, and I think it's starting to emerge a pattern. So I've got the panel opened up. If anybody wants to come on, maybe we don't have enough people to have anybody on. I just wanted to kind of do a test live tonight. If anybody wants to come on and talk about any Mandela effects that have changed their world, or if you'd like to discuss anything about 9/11, flat Earth, whatever the fuck you want to talk about, that's what we're here about, man. So I'll give it a couple minutes if anybody wants to come up. I'm going to take a little potty break here. And what I will do is I'm going to play a video. This is pretty good. So Tom McDonald. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. this. All right. So I'm going to play this and I'm going to take a little break. I'll be right back.
I know the end is near, the television telling lies. I know for sure the revolution won't be televised. I know that we've been waiting patiently for better times. We fell asleep and men are blind, can't recognize it's genocide. Feel like the bomb about to drop out of the clouds. Another virus going airborne, go hide inside your house. Farmers watching crops die, they drying up with droughts. Angry people forming crowds and trying to burn the cities down. This is Armageddon, martial law for our protection. I talk to God, but it's long distance and I lost reception. Forest fires and oil spills are the awful lessons. I'm just waiting for the devil to take over heaven. This is biblical, I swear it's in the Bible. We keep killing one another and we dying for survival. We used to fight for peace, we put our flowers in their rifles. Now we're about to be extinct, every man, woman, and child.
If it's the end of the world, I will do better next time. Oh yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. If it's the end of the world, I know that I have lived my life to the fullest. Yeah, the fullest. We stood on top of mountains, we've been to space before. We had our dogs and houses, we dug up dinosaurs. We built those bombs are dropping, we fought in all their wars. Now that the sky's falling, what did we do it for?
Feels like the end is near, our freedom's disappearing. People playing God, call it genetic engineering. Media misleading us and evil's interfering. While the government we need became the power that we're fearing. Our billionaires are going to space, don't blame them for leaving. Birds are falling out the air, fish washing up on our beaches. This is end times, humans got a deadline. Children are the future till we ruin them with headlines. Should be past their bedtime, but everyone's woke. They told us chase a dollar that made everyone broke. I feel like cryptocurrency is probably our last financial hope. Soon enough the government will leave your bank account froze. Judgment day is coming, you can run or you can stand and fight. Panic in the dark or lead rebellions by the candlelight. This ain't your granddaddy's planet Earth, it's black and white. The end is coming, I'll see y'all in the afterlife.
If it's the end of the world, I will do better next time. Oh yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. If it's the end of the world, I know that I have lived my life to the fullest. Yeah, the fullest. We stood on top of mountains, we've been to space before. We had our dogs and houses, we dug up dinosaurs. We built those bombs are dropping, we fought in all their wars. Now that the sky's falling, what did we do it for? It's the end of the world as we know it. It's our fault that it's over.
While we look down at our phones, they'll drop a bomb from a drone, then an explosion. We should have known it.
We stood on top of mountains, we've been to space before. We had our dogs and houses, we dug up dinosaurs. We built those bombs are dropping, we fought in all their wars. Now that the sky's falling, what did we do it for?
Yeah, it's the latest video, or one of the latest videos by Tom McDonald with, who's that? John Rich. I guess he's a country guy. It's kind of cool. They get together and bridge that gap between what's going over. And it says, Austin says there's a channel called The Tree of Knowledge that he highly recommends. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that one myself. There are just so many. There are just so many of these different changes, and they're breaking more and more and more all the time. And it's like I keep forgetting about them. 007 in the James Bond Moonraker, Jaws and Dolly, famous scene where she smiles and they fall in love. Why? Because they both have metal teeth. And now apparently Dolly has never had braces ever in that movie. Brian Stavely just posted earlier some, was that on Facebook, Brian? Was that on Facebook? Just a second here. Let me look at something. Let's see. Usually send the. Okay. Wait a second. Anyway, he found some residue on the Jaws movie where you're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a bigger boat. He found some residue on that in a pinball machine game. This is interesting. Who was it just said something about only place I've ever seen magic mirror used is in a very old book. Well, apparently now the only place mirror shows up is in a very old book. I believe in an 1850s something copy of this story. So I don't know what they do. Flip flop it on us. Everything seems to be inverted anyways. Why are animated UFOs same shape and not like the real ones I've seen? Do others question? It's because they didn't want to get a copyright claim for using the actual UFOs, so they had to use those. That YouTube policy. We can go back here a little bit. God said to worship no man, so why don't people believe that? And in Psalms 82:6 says we are all gods, yet no one believes that. Pick and choose the words they like, rip out the rest of the pages. Yeah, it's cafeteria, like a cafeteria. I used to run across people that were Catholics, and I had referred to them. I'd end up calling them cafeteria Catholics because they'd say, well, I'm Catholic, but I believe abortion's okay. Well, then you're not a Catholic, are you? You know, it's like you either are in the club and buy the line or you're not. You're in something different. And if you espouse a lot of the values of the religion but discount others, that's kind of protesting what the church is actually teaching, and therefore you are now a Protestant or Protestant. So I don't know, do with that what you will. It's funny how you can take a comma and change the entire meaning of a sentence, you know. I believe the one scripture is when Jesus is on the cross and he looks at the two guys there beside him and he says, verily I say unto thee, this day you shall be in paradise with me. Well, if I put a comma in one place and say it like, verily I say unto you this day, you shall be in paradise with me. It means that I'm telling you today. Doesn't mean we're going today. It just, I'm telling you today. Whereas if I move that comma and say, verily I say unto you, comma, this day you shall be in paradise with me. Well, now that's pretty specific. We're going today. Okay. So moving a comma can be the difference between, you know, whether or not you full immersion baptism or sprinkling. And these people will end up under being such kind people, tolerant Christian, where the dunkers and the sprinklers won't even talk to each other. You know, they make jokes about each other about, you know, why don't Methodists dance? They don't want the Baptists to think they're having sex or some shit like that. Just some really craziness, you know, to where these people end up dividing themselves under a unifying message. That's what's so crazy. Being Catholic supports child abuse. Well, I don't know about all that. Some people don't realize that that's exactly what it is, that there is a lot of that, but we've got that in all the different religions. It's not just the Catholics, man. The Jehovah's Witnesses, there's a shitload of it going on there. A shitload of it goes on in the Baptist church. It's all of them, man. Any of these people that are in power, that's their currency, man. That's what they do. Okay. And this is what you got to understand. This is what you got to understand. All these religion's a spiritual trap anyways. Because now you're trying to adopt somebody else's relationship with God. And that's not what you can't do that. You can't do that. You know, it's one thing to learn the tenements. It's one thing to go and hear the parables and learn the lessons contained within those parables and those allegories and the various lessons that are there to be learned within the scripture. it's another to take it by the interpretation of one person or a small group of people and then use that as a system of control on other people. That's fucking bullshit, you know? Mormons can't drink coffee, but the Baptists can because they just stir the hell out of it. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. That's a good one, Dreamy Lynn. That's a good one. No, I don't. I think that there's, you know, there again, the thing with the Mormons. There's, I find a lot of suspicious and anomalous information in the whole creation of that religion, much less the way the whole hierarchy and the organization itself works. It almost conducts itself. Well, it doesn't almost conduct itself. It conducts itself the same way as any secret society does. Absolutely, with grades and the whole 9 yards. Yeah, I think pretty much. It's kind of like Jesus Masons or something. I don't know. You know, you tell me. It's anywhere. Religious teaches to bow down, be submissive, obey without question. Anytime you have that type of conditioning, kids get hurt. So do adults. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime somebody's telling me never to question anything, that's exactly the thing that I want to question. Exactly. When they told me, you know, in the last 3 years, oh yeah, trust the science. And I'm like, that's not what science even means. Okay. But I heard him say that was like saying, shut up, don't look behind the curtain, just do what we say. And it's like, red flag alert, red flag alert. We need to look into this a little further because, you know, anytime tells me somebody says, don't look in there. You know, no, I'm going to go look in there. That's what I'm going to do. The first thing I'm going to fucking do. You tell me not to look at it, I'm going to try my best to try to look at it because there must be a reason you don't want me to see it. That's all I can say, you know. And I don't know, the system can't handle people like me. That's why they spend 15,000 hours of their life trying to beat that out of people. And I escaped that. They didn't do that to me. And it's never going to happen. They're never going to beat that out of me. I'm always going to want to know what's behind the curtain. I'm always going to want to know what's in that do not look box. I'm always going to want to know what's behind the keep out gate. Okay, that's me. That's just how I am. You might say curiosity killed the cat, but hey, you got to go sometime. What do you want to fucking live forever? What's wrong with you? Jesus. Read The Maze of Mormonism. It shows how the Mormon church adopted things from the Freemasons and suggests Smith probably was a Freemason. Oh, yeah, I fully believe that. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a lot of sus in there. I mean, that whole formation of Salt Lake City, I just try to wrap my mind around the impossibility of that. You know, horse and buggy people, you got 500 people migrate out there. It's consisting of men, women, and children. And in less than 50 years or so, you've already got a tabernacle with quarried and carved stone. You must have had, everybody must have been stonemasons and quarry workers or something, because you had this whole city in like 50 years. You got to figure out of 500 people that migrate out there, how many are women, how many are children, how many are elderly. So out of that entire lot, how many are stonemasons, how many are quarry workers, how many, you know, and they're hauling this shit. You get the fuck out of here with this, man. I believe that shit was there. They found it, refurbished it, found dead in whatever year, and then repurposed. That's what I believe. But who listens to me? I'm fucking crazy. You know what? It's time for a bong hit. Definitely time for a bong hit. I asked my dog, is it all right? Is it all right, Cece? Can we have us a bong hit? All right, then. That's what we're going to do. Now all we have to do is find our trusty little lighter. And we're in good shape. So yes, share and subscribe, definitely. Let's see how that's going along. I've been kind of keeping track. That says 60. Let's see, do we got more? Did we get more? We got 64 subscribers on this channel, dudes. We are in dudettes. We are rocking along. Says take a bong rip. You damn straight, son. He's a fugly fun guy. See that? Oh, he's mean looking. All right. Ah, there's Casey must be watching. Why ain't you in the chat, Casey, man? What's going on, brother? We were talking about you in the interview. I was telling that dude you're the one that tried to lay that flat earth shit on me. I went, get the fuck up out of here. He just messaged me on Facebook. Oh, Lord almighty, that would got me good. So anyway, we got the indictment of Trump coming up. Tuesday, Jesus Trump is going to do the big go to be booked and all that. We've got a full weekend here before they can get something drummed up so they can have some kind of problem and violence and try to run another January 6th narrative. If you hear of protests, stay the fuck away. Okay? I just can't believe that anybody would even go out to protest for that dude, especially when he threw all the 1,000 people locked up in the DC gulag, political prisoners, that he turned around and called traitors, threw them under the bus, and then he's out there telling people, go out there and protest for me. I say, yeah, okay, Charlie Brown, come kick the fucking football again. Come kick that goddamn football. Come on, man. Are you shitting me? And so we're going to come up to another election. People are saying we're going to have to do something. The Hegelian dialectic. We've got this senile old bastard as our president. Oh my God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We need to get Trump in here, boy. We really need to get Trump. So how are you going to do that, man? I thought he won the last time. And they said, fuck you, and stuck Joe Biden in there anyways. What makes you think they ain't going to do that shit again, man? Nobody's done anything about the voting machines. Let's keep that in mind. Nobody has done anything about the voting machines. These fucking retards are going to go out there and they're going to cast their ballot on the same goddamn crooked ass machines that they did the last time. And then when it happens, they're going to go, hey, you guys cheated, man. They'll cry for a couple of months and everybody will forget. And they'll do it again. My problem is not voting really did anything. You wouldn't be allowed. You wouldn't be allowed to do it. They would say, hey, man, we're not having that anymore because we're losing control. Okay. Besides that, the shit we're in right now, if you think you can vote your way out of it, you're insane. Okay. There are no good hats in government that are going to come and save you from government. Donald Trump is going to act like one of the biggest red-blooded Americans he possibly can be until he gets secured in a position, and then he's going to drape himself in that Israeli flag. Okay? That's what he does. That's what he does. I'm sorry that might piss some people off. Sorry about your luck. You just deal with it because that's the reality and the nature of how this entire system works. Okay. You have an illusion. You're living in an illusion. They want you to think you live on a spinning ball, hurling at phenomenal speeds in 8 different directions through a void. But you don't feel anything. Your senses are wrong because of math, right? They want you to believe that we have the best country in the world and that we're a beacon of light, a shining beacon of light on the hill. You might want to ask other people in other countries what they think of the United States, and I think you'll get a much different picture. Way different picture. You want to know how they see America? It's a laughing stock. A bunch of stupid, fat motherfuckers that don't know jack shit, totally propagandized by their government. That's what they see because that's what we are. That's what we've become. We've gotten so enamored with ourselves, believe in our own bullshit, believe in our own propaganda, that we're weak as a motherfucker and nobody realizes it. We're out there rattling sabers with people you have no hope of fucking ever fighting and winning. No way. You might have some pretty nasty equipment, but your level of personnel and quality of personnel has declined greatly. One of the biggest problems recruiters are finding right now to get anybody to fill the ranks in the military is anybody that's not fat and stupid. I'm just putting it bluntly, but that's pretty much what it is. They've actually had to lower the standards in order to get anybody worth a shit to enlist. That's the reality of it. Our military, I'm sorry, it's a fucking joke. Compared to what's going on in the rest of the world, we ought not be rattling sabers with anybody. And pretty soon our comeuppance is going to happen. Listen, people thinking, oh, Trump was some kind of a savior or something. That motherfucker dropped more bombs than Obama did, man. Okay? He also further pissed off the Middle East by assassinating that general, claiming he was head of Al-Qaeda or some dumb shit like that. Can you imagine if another country did that to one of ours? Can you imagine what we would do or what the response would be? You got to be kidding me, man. You got to be kidding me. Y'all got to stop. We got to stop believing our own propaganda. That's right. All bark, no bite. Look, we've been getting our asses kicked since Vietnam. There's no way anybody can tell me that Iraq was a success in any way, shape, or form. It was just a useless loss of life on both sides. Absolutely. Nobody can tell me that Afghanistan was worth a shit. You went over there for what? You looking for bin Laden. You went over there looking for bin Laden. He wasn't even the fuck there. They supposedly found him in Pakistan. But how many Afghanis needlessly lost their lives? How many Americans needlessly lost their lives? And all that wonderful equipment, that we think is so great and everything, we just fucking left it. Which, what the hell? At least they got something good. It's 11:11. Oh, thank you, Naughty Hippo. So there it is. Loss of life, loss of property, loss of wealth, and to what end? To what gain? What? Oh, that's right. Somebody made a shitload of money off that opium out of Afghanistan, and somebody made a shitload of money off of rebuilding all the shit we destroyed in Iraq. Wonder who that was? Halliburton, Dick Cheney. Who else? George Bush. I'm sure you got stock in that damn shit. See, our military sucks so bad. This is why they have to hire contractors. You know why they call them contractors? When you think of a contractor, you think of a guy with a tool belt around his waist, right? And a hammer and shit. Contractor, right? No. The preferred term is mercenary. Okay? Mercenary. Soldiers of fortune. Okay? That's who we're using. We're only using our own military as support for these mercenaries. And the worst part about these mercenaries is they don't have to adhere to any kind of an oath or anything like that. But they're still doing all this shit in the name of the United States of America. In your name. In your name. Now, also under the belief and propaganda that these people, for some reason, hate you for your freedom, which you don't really have. But I don't think it would be that they would hate us for. I would have to think if they did hate us, if people over there did hate us, why would that be? Why would that be? Would it be because we've been responsible for the destruction of their cities, their towns, their roads, their buildings, their schools, their hospitals? Is it because we're responsible for killing their friends, their families, their loved ones? And then they find out that the guy that's doing the killing, why is he doing it? Well, because he wanted a college education. He wanted to get money for a college education. That's why. He's protecting for freedom. Meanwhile, the fat Dorito eating motherfucker over here in the United States has got a big old bumper sticker support. I support my troops. So not only are they over there doing some reprehensible shit, you're number one behind it. Well, I think that'd be a pretty good reason to fucking hate you, you know. But in reality, I think that Ahmed over there in the Middle East or wherever, he just wants to live his life, same as I want to live my fucking life. I don't think he really gives a shit one way or the other what I do, as long as it doesn't fucking harm him. And I'm the same way. So where's all this come from? Who they giving money to? Who's getting money? Somebody got Mr. B. Mr. B is in the house. We got Dean. We've had a few people. Yeah, Pat Tillman. Well, Pat Tillman was fragged because he went in there on the altruistic ideals and motives of, because of 9/11 and all that shit. He had a promising football career ahead of him. He gave that all up, joined up. And when he discovered what it was about and he started objecting and that he was going to expose this when he got back, they fragged him. So it's the YouTube jailbreak, man. Yeah, no doubt, right, bro? And guess what? I got a third one. I just haven't done anything with it. That's right. So they gave me a 2-week ban on the other channel merely for pointing out things in a body cam video of the police in Nashville breaching the building, which was a good thing they had a key. For some reason, they happened to have the key to that very door. I never saw him obtain that key from anyone. He got out of his car, but then walked through an empty school. But I pointed out all the anomalies. I never said, they said it was for hate speech. I never said anything hateful. Even though it was a transsexual, a biological female identifying as a male, I treated that with kid gloves. I really did. I was never said anything disparaging about anyone in the LGBTQRSLMNOP community at all. So what was it really? It was the fact that I broke shit down and showed how utterly fucking fake that was. So if anybody wants to go back and check and see what it was that I haven't been able to find anything, and and nobody else I know has been able to find anything in there. But here's a link to the video on Rumble. I'm going to put it down here in the chat. Y'all go ahead and take a look at that if you want to, whenever at your leisure. It's doing pretty good for me. I mean, I don't usually get a whole lot of views on my Rumble channel. Okay. It's starting to get more and more now, but this one, I've got 94 views on this already. And that's pretty big for me on Rumble. It really is, especially since I usually get at the most 8, maybe 15 views on a video. I probably don't promote it enough. Maybe that's it. But this one here is really it's making its rounds, at least for that. And oh yeah, so Dreamy Lynn says, the only reason is because we were pointing out the flaws in the videos they created. Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest ones too. How many people out there in the cop watch community and that watch any of this shit, whether it's James Freeman or Here's the Deal or Grease Monkey videos or any of those, a lot of times they get the body cam video, they request it and they show it in comparison with their own video. And one of the things you always see, everybody knows, is there's usually a watermark for Axiom, the company that makes the body cam. There's usually a watermark on there, and there's always a date timestamp, right? And none of that was there. And also the fact that they released this body cam footage like within a day of the event, within 2 days of the event. If you go and try to get body cam footage from the police, not only they charge you an exorbitant amount of money for it, it might take them 2 months or more to get it, if you ever do. And then when you do, it's redacted like a motherfucker. So I just find it hard to believe that they were able to take that body cam footage, edit it all together, take out the date and time stamp, take out the Axion watermark, blur out the supposed body on the floor in the upstairs hallway, which no cop even reacted to. Nobody checked to see, are they wounded? Are they okay? Are they breathing? Not even so much as oh my God. Nothing, because it wasn't real. That's why. Okay. So there was a lot of shit in there. And then incidentally, just to let you know, later on that same evening, I went to and opened a tab from the body cam video, which was provided by Fox News Nashville. That was right from their YouTube channel, right? And I opened that tab back up. It was still open on my thing, and it said it had the video had been removed because of objectionable or inappropriate content. Which, what? I've seen action movies on YouTube with less warning and more graphic violence than that. There wasn't anything graphic in that at all. So what was the real reason? Probably because everybody was seeing how fake it was. That's why. And the more people watched it, the more people picked shit out. The more people picked out of it. Like I said several times, there was that event that took place here at the Shenandoah Elementary School. It turned out to be nothing, right? But even though the way the people reacted, them thinking it was something, was to stash the kids someplace safe and barricade the door, not to get the kids out into the hallway where this suspicious person or whatever is roaming about. Does that make any sense? Think about this. You're a teacher in the school. You got a classroom full of kids. The alarm goes off. They come over the PA and say, we've got an active shooter in the school, right? You don't know where he is. He's obviously traversing the hallways, right? So are you going to take all those kids and out into the hallways, not knowing where this supposed gunman or shooter or suspicious person is? What if you did run across the shooter? Doesn't that kind of put everybody in a kill funnel? Of course, nobody's going to do that. Yet there was no evidence that there was any kids even in that fucking school. So, yay, Mr. B. And Bearsworth is here. Cool. Lulu, they're saying the shoes were vans with flames. They were. You can see the footage from the surveillance. I have it. Hold on a second here. Let's see. That would be in here. Okay, here we go. Whatever, just open it. All right. And I can zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to present that screen over there. Window to do. Wait. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, there. Okay, so there you go. This is from the school surveillance. And let's look real close here so we can see. Okay, so from the school surveillance, here's the girl that identified as a guy. Okay, and they're wearing these sneakers here, and you see that they're the same as these Pumas, right? But then in the body cam from the police, after they take the suspect down, you can see that this is a different shoe. There it is. So that was one problem. I'm saying that they filmed that film we saw, I believe, was from a training. I believe that was from a training exercise. And as I watched the different movements and commands that were being given, I even think so, even more so. Even the way that people that were being directed were almost like they had never done this before, like they were being directed, like it was like maybe the second time they'd done it. And this other guy was the trainer. That's the way I saw it. Let me see, is that the one? You got a couple pictures here there. Okay, so they had already back in 2022. Okay, you'll see that they had the school serves preschool through sixth graders and held an active shooter training program in 2022. So just last year, they'd already done one of these in that school, an active shooter drill. Was what we saw the actual footage from that? It's legitimate questions because there's a lot of anomalies in that there's a lot of anomalies in that body cam video that don't make sense given the circumstances as to what we were told. Yes, in the school's footage, they were black with white stripes. I can bring that up one more time so you can see the difference. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Okay, so I'm going to zoom up here a little bit. And okay, so Lulu, you can see right here that there's in the surveillance in the school, there's the shoe that he's wearing right there. You can see, right? And then we go over here to these vans. This is from the body cam after the shooter was taken out by the police. Then we see this obvious flame, different pattern. The whole thing is completely different shoe, as we see in this one down here at the bottom. So you tell me. I'm just showing you what's there. Okay. This was interesting as well, that the address to the place was 33 Burton Hills Boulevard, Nashville, Tennessee. Okay. I verified that. I fact checked it. It's true. Okay. They have about 200 students in this place between kindergarten and sixth grade. So, yeah, I vetted that aspect of it. But I'm telling you right now, that school looked like nobody was in it. It looked to me like it wasn't, nobody had been in it for, like it was after the janitor had already cleaned the place up. You know, the chairs all pushed up against the desks, the floors are all clean and shiny, the desks are all clean and shiny. There's no books and pencils and schoolwork or any evidence that there was any kind of activity taking place that was interrupted by a guy in the hallway or whatever. There was no evidence of that whatsoever. That, the shoes, the fact that we didn't hear any reports of the shooting until they finally got up toward the end of that one hallway. You never heard any reports down the hallway in an echoey school. I don't know. That not responding to what appeared to be a body or a victim on the floor. There's no blood. Nobody bothers to stop and see, is this person injured? Is this person dead? Or, oh my God, there's a victim. Nothing. Just stepped over it like it was laundry, which is just like we would do in training exercises in the military. I mean, nobody goes over and checks on the dummy that you just shot. Nobody goes over and see if it's okay. It's just part of the exercise. You go past it and on to the next objective. And that's what they did in this one. It's exactly what it looked like. So, like I said, the devil's in the detail. I put the link by all means, go over and to Rumble and check that out. There's a lot in there that we broke down. To how this even makes it. It doesn't even make any sense. The woman actually, you can hear her because the cop rolls up. You see him get out of his car. This is by his body cam footage. He gets out of the car. He walks down the sidewalk and he walks past a woman who's standing on the sidewalk. She's not undercover. She's not panicking. She isn't stressed. Nothing. He walks past her, turns around and comes back past her again when she says, the shooter is upstairs and there's kids up there. But we didn't see any kids up there. We didn't see any kids anywhere. We didn't see any evidence that there was kids around at all. Okay. And so even after she tells him this, he embarks on going through the door, which he just happens to have a key to. He didn't go and get that key from her. She never handed it to him. He just has a key. So he opens up the door, and instead of, as per her instructions, that the shooter is upstairs or whatever, he embarks on a mission to clear the lower floor. She just told you the shooter's upstairs, right? We got Mr. B with us tonight. How you doing, Mr. B?
Oh, just ducky watching the temperature go from 75. Now it's back down to 30, and I got snow outside.
So you
Welcome to winter.
You get to have different seasons throughout the day. That's kind of cool. We're doing that too. Today is windy season.
There's your praying mantis.
Yeah, today's windy day, man. We had wind whipping through here the last 2 days. Yesterday it came through, and oh my God, man, my carport was a mess.
No loss. You got a Jeep parked under it. They deserve to get crushed.
Well, no, I mean, it didn't hurt the carport. It's just all the stuff I had in there, like my garbage cans is all knocked over.
That's what I mean. It was slamming against that Chrysler product of yours, that terrible, that Chrysler Fiat product of yours, Don't mind me. I'm just screwing with you.
You can say whatever you want to about that damn thing, but I ain't had a minute's trouble with it all the time I've had it.
Yeah. What year is it?
2015.
And how many miles are on it?
Let me see here. 139,000.
Yeah, call me when you got something.
Yeah, I mean that thing. I ain't had no problems on that. I've had it across the country.
I drive a 28-year-old Toyota. I drive a 28-year-old Toyota pickup truck with 572,000 miles on it. You bring that back if it's still running when it's 28 years old, 572,000.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I got to find that real quick. Hold on. No, Renee. She's cracking me up. I almost forgot about that. Acting. I think she sent that to me one day. I got to find her thing. Is that where she
I think I'm going to get a praying mantis, that picture of mine, turn it to a t-shirt. That's got, I mean, how often do you see a praying mantis in snow moving on a windshield?
No shit. Yeah, right. I don't think I can say I don't believe I've ever seen that myself. Oh,
do you see the snow in the background?
Just 1 second here. I got to go here and 1 second. Let's see. There we go. Here's this. I think this is it was that short. Where is that short? She sent me a short. Damn it, I can't find it. It was that John Lovitz going, acting. And I was like, because that's that whole thing. And you know what? All of it is that. 9/11 was acting job. The fucking Sandy Hook was an acting job. This thing down here in Nashville, another goddamn acting job. The last 3 years, the fucking White House, the election, everything. It was all a big fucking movie, man.
Oh my God.
What are you holy shitting about there, naughty hippo?
I must say, I'm glad. There's one. All I know is this. I'll give you credit for one thing.
Just one.
I'll give you credit for one big thing. You're better than Saturday Night Live. Live from New York. It's Saturday night. You need to change the name of your channel.
That ain't saying
Live
much.
from Virginia. It's Sovereign Soul.
That ain't saying a whole lot, Mr. B. Saturday Night Live ain't been funny for fucking years, man. You know what I mean? I think when it was actually really funny, the funniest was back in the day when they had Bill Murray and Dan
John
Aykroyd.
Belushi.
You know,
John Belushi.
Yeah, back in the day, I'm talking, man, back when I wasn't supposed to stay up and watch it. That shit was funny as hell, man. I remember one, it stuck with me all this time. It was all the superheroes were having a cocktail party. And I was like, oh God, where's Belushi? You know, he's going to come out. And all of a sudden he opens up this door and comes out and he's the Hulk. And he's just coming out of the bathroom and everybody's like, oh, God damn, Hulk, God, light a match or something. And he's just,
oh yeah, but no, I'm not wacky. I mean, you know, I'm not wacky. I just got different opinions.
Oh, I know.
You know? I mean, it's like, but I will say this, not to get off subject, but there's one clip I missed about Saturday night. What's it? I'm Hans, and he is Franz, and we're here to pump.
We are here to pump
with
you up.
With Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but I thought that was Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know, but anyways, that was funny when they would sit there, clap their hands, and we're here to pump you up. You could tell it was fake. You could tell they had their fake balloon muscles, but it was still funny.
Watch here. This is great. This sums it up. This is the world. This is what's going on. This is what it is right here. Okay.
Shut up, dog.
This is what it is. That's what you're seeing, man. That's the world. It's just acting. Every last bit of it. People are getting, look at this fucking Drudge Report. Look at this shit. This is crazy. Look at this headlines on Drudge. I haven't seen Drudge Report in like forever. But take a look at this shit. End of invincibility. Shocked and defiant. Will he be gagged? Okay, there's the new Trump Tower. Okay. This is funny as shit. Let me pull this thing up. I could send this to somebody. Who knows? Send it to, I think, to my wife. I'm pretty sure.
It's like, let's face it, the world's just going insane.
Oh, it's going. You got to be kidding me! This thing is fucking out of control. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I have to look twice when I see something come across my news feed or something. I have to look twice to see, is this Babylon Bee? Come on. I mean, so often that I really do. I mean, I'm serious. I have to look, or I'll read something off to the old lady and she'll go, is that Babylon Bee? And I'm like, no, man, this is for real happening. She's going, oh, for fuck's sake. You know, and this is what we're running into all the time. Just some of the joke bullshit that you see that they're running all, you know, and it's so obvious that it's a setup, it's a show. I mean, this whole fucking Trump arrest thing, you realize what that's designed for? And I believe that Trump is actually part of it. This is designed to get everybody fighting. Exactly what it is. You got these Q-tards that think Trump is Jesus. And then you got these other fucking people that think he's the devil. And so now they want to set up a clash for it. They set up the whole thing, right? Where's he going? Into a city where he's mostly not liked. It's a Democrat-run city, and they've got people hyped up, but they don't like him, right? So what a perfect setup for some kind of an event to take place. Now, if I was running the movie, if it was going to be my movie, and I've already got a group of people thinking he's the best thing since Jesus anyway, I would set it up to make it appear as though there was an attempt on him and he narrowly survives it and makes a miraculous recovery just like Jesus. Make it happen like right at the Easter holiday, you know? I mean, that would be right there. People would be, you know, how many people would go, well, it's absolute. Look at he's divine by God and all this other fucking shit. Just I saw these retards saying that crazy shit too, man. You know, and I mean, actually believing that this guy was, you know, some kind of a divinely inspired fucking president or something. And I'm like, did you miss him over there in Israel humping that wall just like the rest of them do? Did you miss that part? You know, every one of them is going to be a puppet to Israel. It doesn't matter. You're given an illusion that these people are against each other and shit. All it is Hegelian dialectic inside of Hegelian dialectics, man. And people buy all into it because they believe in this shit. They actually believe that some people in the Middle East want to do them harm. They actually believe that China, for some reason, rather than being prosperous, want to, for some reason, dominate our country and take us over or invade
Well,
us.
they. What do you mean it takes over? They already did take us over. What do you? The people are kidding themselves.
Well,
They own us. That's what I'm saying. That's all they care about. I mean, because like right now, I mean personally, but they don't want to take us over because it's like right now. I mean, I know that they're in control of us economically because like right now, I'll give you a good example. Tell me where this would make sense. If I was to say, have total control of your finances in a way they already do, and we control their. We have control over their finances into the aspect we buy their goods. If China came over here and like invaded us and said, "Okay, we're going to rule you now, and you're going to keep buying our shit," how many people do you think would keep buying their shit? Nobody.
Well, if that's the only thing on the goddamn shelf, and it's not like they overtly took us over. Look, this was done from within.
Yeah, I know that. But
do you remember the Monica Lewinsky thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know what else was going on at that same time?
All kinds of stuff.
Clinton gave China most favored nation status.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but nobody paid any attention to that because they were all worried about the fucking cum on the girl's dress. See? That's where their minds are at. They don't care about what's important. They rather hear the salaciousness. We want to hear the salacious details. Talk about how you put a cigar in her hoo-hoo, you know? That's what they wanted to hear. They didn't give a shit that they sold our fucking country out right from under us right there during that whole thing.
They did before that.
So now
that was just icing on the cake.
It looks like they've gotten together, and there's other countries are going, you know what? Including the Saudis. The Saudis are cozying right up to Putin now. And they're working a deal out with them to sell their oil for the ruble and for the yuan, the Chinese currency, which also is going to be backed by gold, or is already backed by gold. So what's that do to the U.S. dollar? Everybody that's holding U.S. Federal Reserve notes in reserve to purchase oil is going to be worthless now. You see? So they're going to have to dump those back into the American economy, which is going to cause more hyperinflation. My friends, this is what you're seeing happening right now. This is a systematic, planned destruction of our economy, of our infrastructure, of our natural resources, everything. They're pulling out all the stops right now, and they're doing it. So when that little German maniac over there says you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, hey, you might just be happy to be fucking alive. The way that shit's kind of going. So we need to get people to wake the fuck up and stop waiting for this reset to come and realize that they're in the middle of the goddamn thing. It's already happening. Now we got to stop these sons of bitches before they go completely digital on our money, or we're all fucked.
Oh, once they go digital, there's going to be a problem. Like I've heard her son say that he worked as a contractor. He won't be able to get nothing without paying tax on it.
That's the plan.
That's the idea. That's it. It's like I got a neighbor down the street. He's 62 years old, never paid a dime of income tax. He works under a table, has his whole life.
And all of this goes against the fundamental principles of our Constitution. Absolutely 100%. Because there are specific instructions as to what our money is supposed to be, materials, weights, and measures of what constitutes what. And we have not gone by that, well, shit, at all since at least 1914. 1933, at least since 1933 for sure, when they did the Gold Confiscation Act, went into the field of bankruptcy, and that's when you were sold out. That's when your corporate dead entity came about. 1933 was the first year that birth certificates were issued in the United States. My father is the first person in my family to have a actual government birth certificate in the state of Illinois, 1933. Everybody started having them then, see? Everybody. Used to be kind of like an optional thing. You know, there wasn't really a birth certificate. It was more like a birth announcement type thing. But now with the certification of it, which is basically the creation of a trust, unbeknownst to those signing over that power, and you go through life wondering why they're fucking you. Well, they're not really fucking you. They're fucking your corporation, and you're believing you are your corporation, which you're not. But that is another topic for Burn the Corporate Fiction. If you've not seen his channel or his videos, which many of you probably have, you'll want to go over there and check that out. He's got some pretty good information over there, and he explains it really well. I know that he's given some great information to a lot of people who are pretty grateful for it too. If you read the comments on his videos, of course, his channel's not real big. So that's where we come in. We have to help make that guy big. Let's see if we can pull him up and put his link down here too, so people can go and see it. Let's see.
No, I've been saying that for years. That's for instance, like I got a neighbor that likes the idea of cashless society, and
I don't know why.
But I made a comment to her. And I said, I got problems with cashless society. But like, I'll give you a good example. Let's take a rummage sale, for instance. There's a good. I said, you sell $500 worth of old stuff that you don't use. There ain't a house in America that couldn't have a rummage sale if they really want to think about it. Because see, I'm different from most people. Most people will say, if I haven't used it in 5 years, I'm getting rid of it. I don't, but they never do it. I'm the polar opposite. If I don't use it in 5 years, I get rid of it. I don't care if it's a family heirloom. You know what I mean? If no one in the family wants it and I don't use it, then I'm selling it.
Right. Well, you got to be careful. It's like me. I tend to hold on to shit. I have a lot of crap. I really do. And we keep going. We're gonna have to purge, but it's not easy. And a lot of my stuff is like, it's uncategorizable. Little things that most people don't have just because because I'm interested.
I got old Craftsman planer, handheld planer. I probably used it maybe twice in 10 years, but I wouldn't want to get rid of something like that because when I do need it, I'd be screwed without it. You know what I mean? It's something that, like, it's for, like a door that swells. You pull off the door, shave it.
Shakespeare at his best. You mean Sir Francis Bacon? Same guy. See, now there's an interesting concept, but for the mind, we exist, but for in the mind of God. I always liken that to like Shakespeare. Okay. And so we all know these characters like Hamlet and Macbeth and Romeo and Juliet and all these various characters, and they all have their own backstories. They all have their own personas, yet they only existed in the mind of Sir Francis Bacon, or William Shakespeare, if you will. They only existed in his mind. He brought them into fruition in other people's minds and gave these characters life through the act of spelling and grammar, spelling onto paper with ink, and therefore other people reading the spelling and the grammar have these characters alive in their heads. So these characters are actually, they exist within our minds. And so you have to wonder, we exist within the mind of God in much the same way. Does it make sense? Or is that like too smoky for you? Can't have shit that's way too smoky. We don't do well with. You need to smoke
What
a
are you talking?
joint, Mr. B.
No, no thanks.
You need to smoke a big fatty, man.
No thanks.
That's what you need to do next time you come down here through Virginia, rolling up through here, man.
I will never smoke a joint. You could give me $1 billion. I am not smoking a joint.
I wouldn't give you $1 billion, man.
I wouldn't care if you did. I won't smoke a joint.
All right, what about just a bong rip, man?
I would not take a bong. I won't take a hit. I ain't doing that shit.
Why?
Don't want wacky tobacco.
How do you know?
Because I know. I know people. Look, dude. Look, my brother smoked so much pot.
I know you say it gave him fucking lung cancer. I'm calling bullshit on it.
No, it's not so much.
He got lung
smoked.
cancer, but it wasn't from smoking weed. I bet you he smoked the shit out of cigarettes too, bro.
Nope, didn't smoke a cigarettes. He smoked weed. He smoked weed like most people smoke cigarettes, but that ain't the point. I know what it smells like. It stinks.
Do you drink beer? You drink beer?
Yeah.
That shit stinks.
That's your opinion.
Well, no, it does. It stinks. It's got a sour ass smell to it.
Guess what,
especially
though?
If it's been laying around. But
if I sit here and drink a 12-pack every day,
it'll actually.
If I drink a 12-pack,
it'll actually destroy your brain cells, though, man.
Anything will destroy your brain cells.
No, weed don't destroy your brain cells.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, it don't.
It stinks.
Well, so's beer.
It smells like.
Well, let me ask you something.
Wait.
Do you drink beer for the taste?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't drink it for the buzz. So you could sit there all day long and drink non-alcoholic beer?
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Nobody will.
Nobody will.
I actually have one brand of a beer that I drink that's non-alcoholic.
Nobody does that. I
like non-alcoholic beer. I drink when I know I have to work, I've drank non-alcoholic beer several times.
Why not just drink it all the time? Why bother with the alcohol part?
Because there's some beers that I like that don't come non-alcoholic, but if they did, I would drink them non-alcoholic.
But see, it's not the beer part; it's the alcohol part that destroys your brain. See,
and I just don't like the smell of beer. I mean, the difference in pot and beer. If I drink a glass of beer, rinse out the glass, you ain't gonna smell it on the walls. It ain't gonna stick to my. That's the difference.
What?
You can you smoke, but you smoke so much pot in your day. I guarantee you could not smell. You couldn't tell.
What are you talking about?
But let me ask you. You don't think your house smells like pot? You don't think a non-pot smoker could walk in your house and not smell it?
Oh, I'm sure you probably can, man. I smell it even.
Exactly.
But you just claim that because I'm around it and shit all the time, I don't smell it, but I do. I like it. I think weed smells awesome, man.
Well, that's your opinion. I
Yeah.
can't stand the smell of weed.
Got a real flowery smell to it, man. I like flowers.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't like the smell of
Depends
weed.
too, and also depends too. It's different. Different weed smells different than certain strains smell different. They don't all smell the same.
And,
They ain't
and,
all
and
the
there
same
and
at
there
all.
and there's people that smoke cigarettes for years, and that's our cigarette smoke smells. I mean, I had an uncle that smoked so much damn cigarettes when he died. The nicotine on the walls was so thick it was peeling off like wallpaper.
Oh, I know.
I,
I'm shooting for that myself. I like it.
I,
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, he smoked 4 packs a day.
See, if you got a thick enough nicotine layer on your walls, government infrared cameras can't see through that.
Oh my God, you sound like the Fullerton Informer.
That's
You ever
just,
watched it? Have you ever watched the Fullerton Informer?
nope.
He thinks you should paint the reason why they banned lead-based paints because they wanted to be able to look into people's houses. So
It is.
they
It is.
oh brother,
It
that's
is. Well, you think lead hurts you?
it ain't gonna help you. It does affect your neurological.
Well, yeah, if you eat it, if you eat a shitload of it, it will, yeah. But no, otherwise it won't. No. You have to get a pretty good amount. And with any metal. See, they've got people deathly afraid of mercury as well, with very little to no cause to be afraid.
It's funny. I mean, at least I'll get. I mean, you don't get on here and say that weed cures all diseases.
Well, no, I never said that at all. You want to
No.
know why I smoke weed?
Because you like it.
Because I like to get high. That's why. I
That's
like
fine.
like the high vibration. I like the fact that it's like I can talk to anybody without getting flapped, no matter how dumb they are or anything. I can just roll with it, That's how I go. So I'm not saying that it cures everything. There's a great number of things that it does, and then it does alleviate symptoms for. So that's there's something to be said for that.
I mean, there was a guy, they took down I can't remember the guy's channel's name. He put on there, it says it cures everything from AIDS to HIV to HSV.
Well, that's because he's making medical claims without being a doctor. So that's what got him took down. I don't make any claims at all.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, at least you ain't saying that. I mean, there was a guy on there. There was a guy in there that he said, if you have HSV 2, which is herpes, he said, if you smoke pot, it'll cure it.
Yeah. He's against wearing sunglasses too. Yeah, I agree. Listen, I'll tell you what, I love to go out. I feel so good after I've done about 10 minutes of staring at the sun, just staring right at it, man. It's like, I don't know, you just get so much energy from it. It's great. It's beautiful. They've got you convinced that, oh, don't look at the sun. And this is what's really stupid. Oh, if you look at it during an eclipse. And I'm like, wait a second, 99% of the fucking sun's blocked out during the eclipse. What is it that's going to hurt your fucking eyes? That's ridiculous. So there's a lot. It's because they don't want you to pay attention to what's really going on there. Shadow coming in from the wrong way. If it's not a shadow, man, it's something else. But like they do with mercury, they're gonna make everybody deathly afraid of fucking mercury.
No.
It's like listen, any metal, one that you're around all the time, which is iron, right? You can go to the drugstore or down to the GNC Health and buy a whole can of fucking iron supplements, right? It's iron, chelated iron, whatever. Well, if you take a shitload of it, it's going to kill you. You're going to have adverse effects from taking too much of it. Same thing with zinc, same thing with potassium, same thing with any fucking metal. Okay?
Well,
Chinese medicine is usually, even from back all the way to ancient times, often uses mercury as one of the ingredients. So it's just like everything has a duality. Water, you need it to live. You drink, it moisturizes, it nourishes the land. But there again, too much of it will kill people and drown things and flood out areas.
Much of anything will kill you.
Way. fire, the same thing. We use it to cook, to warm ourselves, to light ourselves, all this, but it can also destroy and kill and burn. So everything has a duality to it. Everything has a dualistic
It's
nature.
and no, what's his name putting in there saying I need edibles. Someone ever sent me anything from Luray, Virginia, I'd know where it came from. I'd burn it.
Oh, I would never waste edibles on you, Mr. B.
I'd burn it.
I would never waste them on you anyway. I would never. That would be.
I mean, I wouldn't burn it that way. You think?
That would be highly illegal.
Yep. Well, even if it wasn't illegal,
You know.
you know what I do with it? I take it downtown to the homeless people and say, "Here you go, boys. Compliments of the sovereign soul of Luray, Virginia."
Yeah, I wouldn't send you no brownies or nothing, Mr. B. I think if you ever did use marijuana, I would suggest that you don't use any edibles at first. I think you would I think you would freak out, man. I do. I think you would freak out.
I got a driver's license I kind of make a living with. I can't afford to smoke pot.
Well, you're not gonna like stay that way, you know, or anything.
I hate to tell you something. I get drug tested once a month.
Wow. Wow, really? You're like one of the only truck drivers ever heard of that does that. But you know, I don't know what company you work for.
I work for myself.
So who's drug testing you?
I am.
Why?
Because if I drug test myself, then keeps my insurance rates low. If I send them a clean drug test every month, my insurance rates don't go up.
Well, how do they know that it's clean? Who's doing the testing?
A lab.
So you pay extra money to a lab. So how much you must save a shitload of money if you're paying a lab to test you every month. And that's not cheap. What's that cost?
About $40 a month.
$40 to test? Mm-hmm. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I go to the VA.
I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
I go to the VA.
You don't go get drug tested at all. I'm calling bullshit on that whole thing right off.
I don't care what you say.
There ain't no way you're going down to the fucking VA, especially going to the VA and waiting around for hours and hours and hours on end. And that's exactly what the fuck you're going to be doing down at the VA. Secondly, I don't believe
maybe the VA in your town.
They don't provide that kind of service. That's bullshit, man.
They do around here.
No, they don't. It's not. What do you mean around there? It's not like you have municipal fucking VAs. They're all federal.
You can walk to a VA anytime you want. You don't have to wait around.
I understand that. Yes, you will wait. You're going to wait anywhere with doctors. And when it's anything to do federal or military, it's going to be 2 to 3 times as long. Come on. I didn't just fall off a fucking turnip truck, man.
I do it.
Okay. But anyway, nobody's trying to force you to smoke weed or eat edibles or do anything. Nobody's trying to nail you anything.
You would be able to anyways. It would.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even consider that. I don't care. In fact, I wish less people would smoke. You know why? Because that
gets more for you.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, believe me, hey, I'll tell you this. If my brother was still alive, I'd drive him right to your front door and you guys would get so stoned together, you would make the paint peel off your walls.
You want that motherfucker hogging up my weed? What's wrong with you?
Oh, he used to smoke this stuff he called splatter. I can't remember where he got it, but he got some high grade stuff.
Shatter. He
called it splatter. It may have been shatter.
Okay, all right, yeah, because I've seen it's different extracts. It's kind of like what they do is they'll take some buds and they squeeze out all the shit out of it, right? And so it's a concentrate. It'd be kind of like if you was able to. It's the difference between espresso and coffee. Okay, it's just like a condensed thing.
He had a friend that used to mail it to him from Washington. His friend got caught. I bet you could guess what happened.
So the VA will knock you down and touch your butthole. Just ask Johnny 50 and Bell for freedom.
Knock you down.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I ain't got much faith in the VA at all. I went down there to one in Allen Park, Michigan, right off Outer Drive, and I couldn't tell the fucking patients from the goddamn doctors. Okay. It was that bad. I didn't see one fucking healthy person in that place. And it was dirty. It looked like it was typical federal government shit. It was just a DMV with stethoscopes, man. That's all the fuck it was. It's a worthless fucking joint. It really is. The VA is worthless as tits on a fucking boar hog, man. Because I had
Don't worry, but you know, it's like a buddy of mine is, son made a comment to me the other day. I was at his house. I was chewing on some gum, and he said, "What are you chewing?" Blah blah blah. And he asked me 3 times. I got up and we were sitting on the couch watching a TV show, and I get up, walked over to his next to his ear, and I said, "None of your effing business," I said, and his father started to laugh. He said, "What's your problem?" I said, "I'm 58 years old. My daddy is dead, and you ain't my boss. I didn't know I had to answer you." And he got all upset, and I said, "Well, you're acting like a Karen. Like I got to tell you what's my business. There's some things. I mean, it'd be like I could ask you why you dye your hair purple."
Well, Mr. B, I have to say, you've been on here a number of times. And you tell me a lot of stories about various interactions you've had with a lot of people. And they all seem to be conflict.
The world's full of conflict. You don't think the world is?
You have a lot of conflict with people often, I think.
Yep, they get in my face and I get back. I don't like people tell me. I mean, I get people ask me why I don't buy American-made cars.
Yeah,
I don't. And I tell them, when American-made cars start building the quality that the foreign cars are, I'll buy an American-made car. But until then, no.
Well, this is what I tell people, and it's right along the same lines as what you were just saying, Mr. B, is if you are basing your consumer decision primarily upon a patriotic ideal put on you with propaganda, then you're a very unwise consumer.
I buy something that's going to last.
You compare quality. You go through all the comparisons of the product to ensure that you're going to get the best product for the money spent. Regardless,
exactly. Look what stuff costs. I tell people, look, it's like I said before, I drive a 28-year-old Toyota pickup truck. You know why I'd keep that truck? And it's getting to where I'm gonna have to get rid of it because parts are getting hard to get, and that's what's going to put it in the junkyard. Actually, is getting parts, because some of the parts are discontinued and you can't modify them. But you know what I tell them? I love my truck. It's a 4-cylinder, 1 ton, great gas mileage. It's got manual windows. It don't have electric windows that I have to worry about the regulator going bad. It's a truck. It's just
all right. Let me ask you something, Mr. B. I'm going to ask you something about, now that we're talking about vehicles. Okay.
Go ahead, Miss Maggie.
Okay, so I'm going to pull these up on the screen. Okay, so which one is correct? The top one or the bottom one?
Correct in what way?
The actual way the Ford logo looks. Do you see the differences in them, right?
Yeah, one's got a white outline and one's got one thicker than the other.
Well, besides that, one's kind of ghosty and the other one's not.
Yeah.
Do you see what the difference? Look at the F.
Yeah, one's got a little curl on it.
Okay, so do you remember there being a little curl on it?
Never paid attention. I could care less. That I don't know. They've changed it. To me, it looks like they updated their logo a little bit. What's that supposed to mean?
No.
Oh, yeah. What do you think? It's a secret satanic cult they're trying to.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
No. What I think is that it's really crazy because shit is supernaturally changing, and there's no explanation for this. They didn't update their thing. Apparently, it's never been like the upper fucking picture, which is what everyone remembers it being.
I never paid attention to it really.
Another one. There's another automobile one. It seems like cars have been affected as well. There's another one, Volkswagen. Look. That's not a very good one. It's very small. You
Yeah.
suck. You suck. You suck. Let's see what this one's better. Let me pull it up. All right. So which one's correct?
The one on the left I recognize.
Okay. Nope. It's never been the one on the left, Mr. B. It's always been the one on the right. You can go and check.
I might have to. I got a Volkswagen sitting in my driveway.
I guarantee you it's got that line, that separator line there. I guarantee you it's there now.
If it wasn't dark, I'd go out and look.
Make a note of it. You'll know it. You'll realize it tomorrow. Right?
If I had a flashlight, I would go look.
You see here, even on this, let's see, is this there's some residual. You see this?
You can look up my car, the front grille. I got a 1988 VW Cabriolet convertible.
It's going to have that separator line. I'm going to guarantee you that.
I don't know.
I will guarantee you, but everybody remembers it without it. You see? What am I doing here? Wait a second. There we go. Everybody, remembers it like here. I think this one's got there. That's how it always looked, right?
Yeah, it's hard to see, but sort of, yeah.
See? So apparently now it's this other with the separator. People are finding residue, though. People are finding residue. Now look at this one. See, they're separated next to one that's not, I think.
It's impossible to find one of those hardly anymore. People steal them off the front of people's cars and vans and whatever.
Now, my friend in California, he's got a he's got one.
I'll give you another one that's changed. Remember the movie Convoy?
Yeah.
The rubber duck on the hood, you can buy them yourself. The original rubber duck that I remember had a cigar out of its mouth. Now they're saying it didn't.
So I'm not sure about that one. Let's see. We can Google that here in just a second.
The original, I believe, the original rubber duck emblem on the hood of the Convoy truck. You know what's I can't remember his name. It's been so long. The hood ornament that was the duck had a cigar with the duck with its teeth grinning. You know, like sort of like Daffy Duck almost, sort of.
I'm trying to recall who the guy that had that.
Chris Christopherson.
Yeah, Chris Christopherson.
Yep.
Chris Christopherson. That's who.
The hood of the truck had the rubber duck on the front. There's chrome plated rubber duck, and the original rubber duck, if I remember, had a cigar out of it. But the ones you buy now does not have a cigar.
I think that's some shit. So here's another one too. Let me see. Wasn't just for okay. So the Monopoly, the Monopoly man. You know the banker on the. You ever play Monopoly?
Yeah.
Okay.
50 years ago.
Do you remember the guy on the thing describing the banker guy? What's he look like?
Like Scrooge McDuck almost. I mean,
right.
Mr. Magoo, more like it, only with a slimmer face and a mustache, handlebar mustache.
What is he wearing? A hat?
Yeah, top hat.
And has he got one of those monocles in his eye? You know, one of those one lens glasses.
Yeah, just like the guy from the Colonel from Hogan's Hero.
Okay, yeah, the Colonel Klink, right? Okay, guess
Colonel
what?
Klink, yep.
He's never had the fucking monocle, or the right.
Yeah,
he's never had the monocle. He's looked like this one on the right here, forever. But we remember this. We remember this. He's never had that. You've been affected by this, Mr. B. You've been Mandella'd, bro. You have
I
been
don't really
Mandela.
remember it either way, the monocle or that, to be honest with you. But it's like I remember Mr. Peanut having a monocle.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. They're telling us that Mr. P or Mr. Peanut, yeah. That's who we're mixing it up with. But no, I remember playing Monopoly. In fact, I had my dad's Monopoly game that he had before, he was even married. So this was one that was the little houses and the hotels and even the pieces you moved around were actually made out of wood. And they were
Yeah.
painted, of course, but they were made out of wood. The newer ones got the plastic houses and shit. But which one of these two is right?
Can't see the real well, but I'm thinking the right one maybe.
Yeah, that's the way we remember it, right? Or on the left, because
Yeah.
it's cartoons, right? Cartoons are spelled Toons, but this is now tunes, like music, which makes no fucking sense whatsoever,
Yeah. I
right?
remember.
But this is what they say it's always been, has been the tunes
Yeah,
like
but
music.
it's it. Yeah, but
And
that's the
it
world we
wasn't.
live in.
You realize that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh, that it was that the one on the left is right or correct, right? So that's what we're getting at is everyone has been affected. There's changes, that have happened all over the place with
What was that? Pringles man had a monocle too for a while.
yeah, what was a Pringles guy? But see, there's so much. Look,
Right there's the Pringles
there's the
guy.
Pringles guy. He's got a monocle. But see, here's how the Monopoly guy looks now. This is him now. This is what he looks like and has always looked like. But I know different. I know that motherfucker looked like this. See, that's the shit. And they're saying that he never had that. Same thing with those Berenstein Bears. You saw the thumbnail for this broadcast, right? Let me see. Where is that? It might be right here. It is right here. This one. Okay. This is really, oh, come on, man. All right. So, shit, they got that part blocked out. Fuck. Oh, I got it. Hang on a second. I got it. Where's my pictures? Where's my gosh dang pictures? I gotta find here. There we go. Download. Oh, no. Where is that? Okay, here we go. Okay, there. All right, so here's the TV guide right here, showing that the Berenstein Bears are going to be on with the EIN spelling, but apparently it's always been AIN, Berenstain Bears. And then Brian Stavely, he found another one right here on this TV guide because Spider-Man up here is all one word. Whereas now, apparently, Spider-Man has always been hyphenated, Spider-Man. And I was joking with Brian about it. I said, well, maybe that's what they did with the dash from the Kit Kat bar. They stuck it in the Spider-Man logo, because that's one that's changed. This one is another, it's there's too much. And I remember there being the K because of the fact that there was the cows. Remember the advertisements with the cows on the billboards that said "Eat more chicken" and they spelled it wrong, chicken with a K.
Oh, yeah.
So it didn't. It doesn't match their whole fucking thing now.
A lot of things have changed. Stuff like that, though.
The thing is that nobody changed it. It just changed.
Yeah,
That's
you
what you got to understand. Nobody
but stuff
named
like that. How's
Monopoly.
that affecting? How is that affecting us as a society? Is what the point I'm trying to make. I mean,
well,
what's
and I'll tell you, for one thing, the fact that it shows that our reality is somehow fluid and manipulatable. Okay, that's kind of disconcerting in a way. But also, it's like, what other things have changed that we haven't noticed? And not so much that as to how could something like this take place? Okay. So there's certain things of our memories, like this one right here, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Okay, this is the way it should be. Or over here on the right, flint stones, right?
I
But
mean,
apparently it's always been Flintstones. But what we're finding, Mr. B, is that there's a message, like in a puzzle or something, being revealed within these changes.
it's like I,
Like the things that are turning black.
it's just,
Various things in scripture. How do you explain scripture in Bibles on people's shelves in their homes changing with nobody's intervention to make it change?
who knows? Maybe Marty McFly from Back to the Future is real, and he coming down and changing stuff. Who knows?
Yeah, sure. There's a time traveler jumping around, going and changing everybody's Bible.
I mean, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, it's like here's a good example.
But
Like,
see, then if that were true, how would we still have residue?
Don't know what to tell you.
See, that's just
maybe it's what's his name from Aladdin, his assistant there, Jafar, and he became the world's greatest sorcerer, and he's coming down changing things. I mean, I don't know what.
Maybe it's like that. Remember that movie Sinbad made where he was a genie?
Who knows?
Kazam or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Did that, and now he never did that. Okay, so now he never made that movie. I mean, how are these things happening? C-3PO, how did his leg turn fucking silver, man? It was never silver.
Don't know what to tell you.
So, you know,
it's just like there's people that believe that the Keebler elves are real.
Well, this ain't about believing something, Mr. B. This is actually proof things are fucking happening. Okay, this ain't about a belief. Look at this. This is not a belief. We've always known it as this. Now it's this. Why? What are these things that are changing? You see, that's the thing. It's not a belief. Because
I don't think they're changing, but the corporations are changing.
You yourself have shown already in just a couple of short things here, and we'll show you some more, that you have been affected by this because you have a memory of something that you know is how it was, and apparently in this whatever has happened makes it that has never been.
No, I'm not
that happened? And it's not a misremembering, because how could so many people misremember the same fucking thing? Like the Fruit of the Loom underwear. Are you familiar with that one?
Everyone knows Fruit of the Loom underwear. Right.
Describe their little label. What's their logo look like?
I've worn that in so many years, I couldn't tell you what it looks like. Yeah, I'm serious. I couldn't.
Well, so the Mandela effect wouldn't really matter to you anyways, because you don't have any kind of memory. You've constantly telling me you don't remember anything.
I never paid attention to logos.
Everybody knows the Fruit of the Loom logo, right?
I mean, everyone's heard of Fruit of the Loom, yeah.
Hold on. All right. So you've seen their logo, right?
I haven't worn Fruit of the Loom products or worn any other products since I was probably.
Nobody's asking you what.
So I wouldn't. I'm not around them. Around it to know what it looks like.
So then not everyone knows Fruit of the Loom because you.
I mean, they've heard of it.
You don't. Well, that's not. Even
I mean, I've heard. Asking. But I know what you're saying. But yes, if I was around it, I never paid attention to the logos in that. It never really did.
You would never. None of this would even affect you. You don't know any of this. You don't pay attention to any logos at all. You just go in there and grab shit off a shelf or whatever. Don't pay any attention to what it says on it or nothing.
If I want a brand like Jif peanut butter or Peter Pan, I go in there and buy it. You know. And
what kind? Jif.
I buy both Jif.
Changed.
I buy Jif peanut butter, and if it says Jif, I buy it. I don't pay attention if they change the logo with a white outline, green, purple. I don't. I just go and look for the brand. I don't pay attention to how it looks. Like the one on the left is the way is. I've seen jars like that, and I've seen jars that way on the right. As a matter of fact, I got some Jif peanut butter here and Peter Pan. I got both.
You'd be real easy to sell a really expensive Bolex watch to, wouldn't you?
I wear a Citizens brand watch now,
Right
$2,800
over
watch.
it went right over your head, right?
No,
Bolex. That's
I've
like a copy of a Rolex, right? It's probably worthless. It would probably be a worthless watch, but you see, that's what I'm saying. Never mind.
if I like something, I buy it. If I actually like that one,
So you don't look at labels or brands or anything at all like that. They could sell you, main ingredient shit could be in it, and you don't even
no,
notice.
no, I don't. I think you'd notice something like that.
All right.
Oh, yep, and yes, there is that's an art peanut butter. Jiffy. There's Jiffy.
No, there's only Jif now. There ain't no Jiffy. Never was.
There's Jiffy peanut butter.
No, there isn't. Never has been. I believe there was, but no, there have never been.
I remember
Jiffy.
Jiffy peanut butter.
Well, try to. It's never existed, bro. You've been affected. You've been affected.
Jiffy and Jiffy peanut butter.
Which one's right? Which one's right? FLINS Flintstones, or is it Flintstones?
I always remember it as Flintstones.
With the T, right? Flintstones, right? Because two different types of a rock, right? Nope.
Mm-hmm.
It's never been that. It's always been Flintstones.
Well, I'm gonna have to look at that one. It's someplace here. Because someplace here,
you might have something. If you have a copy that says different, but I think
I have the entire Flintstones on DVD. It was part of. I bought it to play for my nieces when they come to visit.
Okay. So you're looking right now?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was just waiting as all. Meanwhile, here's the Fruit of the Loom thing. There's the logo. Of course, everybody recognizes that, as you stated earlier. But it seems that most everyone remembers this Horn of Plenty, or cornucopia, as I was told it's what it's called.
But yes, I do. I remember. I can't remember what year, but I remember when they changed the Looney Tunes stuff to Looney Tunes TU.
Well, they did. The thing is, though, Mr. B, they didn't change it. It has never been TOONS. It has always been TUNES. What you noticed was a change. You noticed the change and assumed that they just had changed it. But if you look into it, it has never been TOONS. Never. And we know different. Just like with this logo right here. We know that there was this Horn of Plenty, this cornucopia with the fruit spilling out of it. This is
okay. I remember the bat. Now that I'm seeing it, yes, I see the bat. I remember the basket.
But see, there's the thing. This basket has never been there.
Okay.
They claim it's always been exactly like this on the right. There's another that hits a lot of people. Is that one? There's hundreds of these things, man, and it's not just these. It's not just brand names, man. Logos. There's Bibles. There's movies. There's events like the Mandella funeral. And which one is right? Double stuff with 2 F's or double stuff with 1 F? And I don't remember. I tell you the truth, I don't remember. I don't. But no, there's a lot of these things, but we could go over these. We're going to go over more of them later. I want to do some on the changes that have taken place in the Bible. Those are really fascinating. Because it's almost like I said, it's a message, there's a puzzle It reveals a message. And I think that's what we're supposed to be looking at. And you got to wonder what's it all mean. I mean, the C3PO, there's your golden calf. In fact, there's a channel called C3PO's Golden Calf out there. He's got some really good shit on his channel about this stuff. And there again, you know, with their golden calf and the fact that he was worshipped as a god by these Ewoks in that movie. Just the way things are phrasing, that's changing the entire context. Are you familiar with that movie, Mr. B, The Field of Dreams?
Vaguely, yeah. Guy built a baseball field in his cornfield, I guess.
Yeah. What did he hear? What did he hear that voice tell him?
Build a field, I believe.
If you build it,
They will come.
What was the rest of it?
They will come.
Yeah. No, it's he will come. Which doesn't make sense because that ended up being like an all-star baseball team that showed up, right?
Well, there I found a picture of my VW, and there's the grill, the emblem that's on the front of it.
That. Oh my God. Hold on a second. You got that picture. Can you email that to me? Because that's residue, brother. That's residue.
That's the front of my car.
I hope Brian Stavely is watching this right now because he's got the old emblem on his car, as it appears that way. Anyways, I want to look at. Yeah. My email's right down here. You see that down there in the banner, Mr. B?
Yeah, I'll see it. Yep, I see it.
Yeah. Send me that picture because I want to look at that. That's it. That's cool. That's some of the shit we're looking for. Yeah,
that's a picture of my car. I forgot I had it on there.
Everybody down here is saying, yeah, it was they will come. They will come. So, you know, there again, I ain't got a shitload of people in here watching or anything. Probably hardly anybody at all. But we're having fun anyhow. What do we got? 11 people? Big fucking deal. Right? This is if you build it, I will come. That's nasty username redacted. You need to go sit in the corner and think about what you just said. Nasty. Mean. All right. So anyway, it's getting on going on 3 hours. I'm going to cut this thing off. I think we've had a good time here. This is the first live on this channel. I just wanted to get that tested out there and make sure everything's working good. Any last words before we go here tonight, Mr. B?
Oh, no, sir. I loved your comedy. I mean, yeah, it's like it's people say I'm wrong. I'll give you a good one. You could get you. I don't know if you remember it. What cartoon promoted children to smoke and drink? They had and they used them in a TV ad.
Oh, I know the Flintstones did.
Yes,
the Flintstones.
They
were Winston.
Winston.
Yeah, Winston.
Yep, Winston. They go Winston. They make cigarettes. They taste like the way a cigarette should, or something like that. That's been so long, and they also promote
all the time.
And they also promoted Bush beer. Bush. Oh, nothing. You know, and they actually promoted drinking and smoking in minors.
I don't know, but I know they did cigarette commercials. I remember them.
Yep,
but...
they did. If you look it up, the Flintstones made a Bush beer commercial. Bush. Yeah, so they promoted alcoholism and tobacco use.
Well, governments are always promoting that, which is going to pretty much keep their populace subdued. Okay. This is why alcohol and opiates have been a steadfast supply from the controllers for centuries. I mean,
I'll give you another good one here. And people disagree with me on this all the time, and I don't think you will. Okay, now blood pressure is a good example. They keep trying to get me to take blood pressure all the time because they say, you know, I got high blood pressure, blah blah blah. You shouldn't, and it can cause you to stroke out. Now, I'm German. Irish, Italian, and Welsh. And my German ancestry comes from a very cold climate. And my belief is, if you're being my ancestry's from a cold climate, my blood's gonna be thicker to stay warm. Thicker blooded, thick blood, higher blood pressure, you're gonna be warm. And I think by forcing me to take a blood pressure med can actually screw around with my genetic makeup, because who's to say blood pressure is going to kill everybody? They keep saying blood pressure is a silent killer. So if I'm from Asian, but like if you're or European or the South Seas, like there's a good one. Someone that lives who's from the Philippines is not going to have the same thickness of blood from someone that's from Germany. They don't get, you know what I'm saying?
Well, they have a completely different diet is one reason.
And also the weather too. So, because your blood, it's proven fact. In the wintertime, your blood thickens, and in summertime, it thins out.
I despise the cold. Most of my ancestors were thrown out of every decent country in Europe, and I'm a mutt, is basically what I am. I am a infinite awareness, having a experience as a human right now. That's what this entire whole thing is.
Are you sure you're human and you're not a hologram?
I don't know. It appears real enough to at least keep us delved into this experience.
I personally think I know what you're saying on that, how they're changing labels and stuff like that, and they're changing the Bible. But I think,
well, wait a minute. Who's they? Who's they? Who is the
people that are the powers that be? Who knows? I don't know.
Well, see, that's the thing. How would something like that be done?
That's a good question.
The only way humanly possible to change the words in Bibles and on books that are in people's possession without their knowledge. I mean, they're obviously not sending out bands of people that are replacing people's books with exact replicas, only the changes that are in them, reflected, or going in and taking copies of their VHS copies of Star Wars and replacing them with exact duplicates, only C-3PO's leg is silver in these ones. I mean, nobody's doing that. So how would something like that take place? And then when I have a tendency to say it too, so I'm not giving you shit. I say what they are doing it too. I have this tendency to want to use that pronoun of they, but it's hard. How do you specify who is they? You have to realize and figure out what is actually being done before you can even prescribe a they or who to it. You see?
Oh, I understand, I understand that part, but what's it relevant though? How's it affecting you?
How is it affecting me? You mean to tell me that reality changing fluidly before your eyes doesn't affect you on any level at all? I mean, what if you woke? I mean, it would be like you woke up tomorrow morning and found out that you were not a truck driver. You never had been a truck driver. You've always been a delivery milkman, and that you have been doing that for the last 30 years. And your wife thinks you're completely nuts because she thinks that you were a truck driver. You see, that kind of shit, right? That's how profound of changing a reality can actually be. I believe that in a lot of these that we're seeing here, that there's a commonality of themes. And I think they're placed there for us to decipher for one reason or another. And there are those of us that feel compelled to try to decipher what it is that we're being told through this, because it's obvious that this is something supernatural. This isn't CERN. This isn't magnetic fluctuations. It's two selective. You see what I'm saying? Like, for
I
instance,
know.
there's a theme with bells now. Okay, did you grow up watching what? No, you didn't. Never watch TV, right? So many
Oh
people.
no, I had TV, but it was only on during the wintertime. My father turned it
All
off
right,
during the summer.
you watched The Wonderful World of Disney, right?
Yep.
Okay, you remember at the beginning they'd have that castle there, and then what would happen? Tinkerbell come out. You
And
remember that?
blink. Yep, blinker one.
Right, right. And she'd make that little arc over top of the castle and then put the dot over the eye, right?
Yeah,
The little sparkles fall down. None of that ever happened, Mr. B.
I remember that very well.
Yeah, well, guess what? It never happened. That's what I'm telling you. I remember it too, but apparently it has never happened. And now here's where I'm going with this. Tinkerbell, which was all one word, is now two words, Tinkerbell. So here we got some other things that are reminiscent with bells too. Okay. So, like I said, I think I said this earlier, back in the 80s, there was a band called Bell Biv DeVoe. And it was spelled BELBIVDEVOE, I believe. But now Bell is BELL, like what you ring.
Mhm.
And we all distinctly remember it was only one L. Okay. Well, now Pavlov, you remember Pavlov? He did the experiments with the dogs,
Mhm.
right? And what did he do with the dogs?
That I don't remember.
Okay. So I was always told, as was everyone else, I believe, that Pavlov would ring a bell every time he fed these dogs.
Oh,
And
okay.
and when he would ring the bell, the dogs would salivate because it made them hungry. They knew food was coming. That was they associated the bell with food. Okay. Now
Yeah.
apparently it was never a bell, it was a metronome. So there's a change, like musicians use to mark time.
Mhm.
That's stupid. So here we've got another change that's in effect with a bell. You see, and there's some others too. So there's, what is that? Bell. All I can decipher from that is something about ball. Okay. The deity Baal. And then I find these changes in scripture, like the ones in Exodus where it says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before thee, for God's name is jealous, and he is a jealous God." What?
I remember that.
That his name is jealous?
No, not jealous, but I remember. I
Yeah, I
remember the
remember
reference
it
saying
being that he's a jealous God,
God.
but I
Yeah.
don't ever remember it saying that his name was jealous.
No, I don't remember that. No, I
Yeah,
remember him saying
that's
he's
what
a
it says
jealous
now.
God.
That's what it says now. It says, for God's name is jealous, and he is a jealous God. And of course, when it says his name is jealous, jealous is spelled with a capital J properly, as a name would be. And the jealous is an adjective, is spelled with a lower J.
Okay, but that brings me to a good one that I laugh at. Like I told you, I watch some of these people that go into court. They say, "Oh, we don't need a license to drive," which I know you don't believe that, but
No, I do.
so
I believe you need a license to drive. I don't
um,
believe you need a license to travel.
well, when you're driving a car, that's not traveling. But regardless,
Well, yeah, you're right.
these
When you're driving, it is not traveling, because
yeah,
driving is an act of commerce. When you're
well,
traveling in your
no,
own
it don't
personal
work that way.
conveyance,
But I'm not going to get into the stupidity. When you're
it's
running a
not
motor vehicle,
stupidity. That's the whole thing. You
when
don't,
there's a motor and a
Mr. B,
transmission
Mr.
running,
B.
it's called when you're
No,
running a motor and a tranny, it's called
Mr.
a
B, Mr.
vehicle.
B.
But
You just
regardless,
don't want it to be true. That's why it
no,
angers you.
no, it's not.
Yeah, it
It
is.
ain't
You
angry me.
just
It's
don't
just
want it to be true, but it
no.
is.
But
It's verifiable. It's all
when
verifiable.
these
In fact,
idiots go into
Mr.
court and
B,
say,
you've been shown. Okay. I don't care what some idiot in court did. Okay, I don't care.
No, but you don't know what he does. He'll sit there and say, "Oh, that ain't my name is not spelled with capital letters like it is on my birth certificate. My name is spelled with first letter is uppercase and the rest are lowercase. So
Right.
therefore, it's not the same. I can spell asshole with all lowercase letters. It's still asshole. Don't matter if it's upper or lowercase.
You don't
It
understand.
don't matter.
You absolutely have no idea how it works. Then you have absolutely no idea how it works. All capital letters are a corporate name. It's a corporation. Okay, that represents a fictitious corporation. That's what it is. All right.
It never
It's
ends
not,
well with them, though,
it's
when
not,
they try that.
It's not a proper name. It's not a proper name. A proper name is spelled with a capitalized first letter, small case, all in the rest of the letters, and each middle and last names are capitalized in the same manner. Okay. That's a proper name. All caps is a corporate name. Okay. That's not a proper name. And so, yeah, they're correct. That is not them. That is a dead corporate entity. It's a fiction. Okay.
Well,
it's your trust. Okay. It's not you, the living, breathing man. That suit is being brought against your trust.
but you know what's something? The 10th Amendment states the right, the power to regulate driver's license.
Yeah, I know that.
But you wouldn't want the Constitution the way it originally was.
Driving is an act of commerce.
Uh,
And so therefore, one who
No.
engages in driving and is engaged in traffic and trafficking.
Well, the way I look at it is, if you
requires
feel
a
that way, then stay off my truck.
driver's
Here's a message from the U.S. American truck drivers that feed your ass. Stay off my fucking highways, then, because if that's the case, we're the ones paying for them fucking things. You stay off my highways. You stay on the back roads. How about that? Because that's the way it works. If I got to pay, the only one that's got to pay taxes. Those highways were built for the delivery of commerce. So stay the fuck off my highway.
You got a reset. You got a receipts on that? You can show me that. You can show me that
paid-
that's your fucking highway. You can
They're
show
built for
me that you
commerce.
have,
You're
you
saying-
have some kind of thing that can tell me
The
whether or not I can
U.S.
fucking
truck
travel.
drivers were built. Those roads, the highways, were built by taxation of the truck drivers. So stay off our
No,
roads.
it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. No,
I mean-
it was not. Who brought the interstate system to the United States? Who introduced
Eisenhower.
That's right.
Eisenhower.
That's right. And so, where did he get the money for that?
Taxing.
Taxing who?
A lot of it was truck drivers.
A lot of it was everybody. Okay, so
You know what those
there
roads
were
were
truck
originally built
drivers
for?
and there were
You know what the roads or highway system, the interstate highway system was for?
Mr. B.
You know what they were for? Transporting military equipment
Yep.
in commerce.
Yep. And also, it was a means of conveyance for people to travel on. Okay.
Yeah. Traveling with a car still means you're driving a motor vehicle. That car
No,
is
you're not driving if you're traveling.
Why don't we go back to the way the Constitution originally was?
When the Constitution originally was, nobody had to have a fucking license to ride a buggy or even drive a fucking train.
And a buggy didn't go 80 miles an hour and could kill people if they didn't know what they're doing. There's 90% of the people.
Mr. B, I think you better go back and look at statistics of people getting killed by conveyance. Compare motor vehicles, as you call them, with carriage accidents. Carriage accidents were much more deadly and much more frequent than car accidents because of the fact that there was problems with horses bolting, runaway horses, all kinds of shit. You know what? Nobody had a license for that. There were recommendations as to how to properly harness a horse and to have its tail bobbed so that it wouldn't react to its tail being hit by the harness.
Yeah, well, wait
There's
a
a
second.
lot you don't know about this, Mr. B.
Like Dreamland Escape says that the highway system we're built by the DOT. Guess what? Department of Transportation, the transporting of goods. There you go. But I'll tell you a little secret. You think there's more? I wish I could. I'll tell you what.
I really hope. Here's what I really hope. Okay. I
I'll
hope
tell
they
you
get
what.
these. I hope they get these rails in order, and then we don't have to have all these damn trucks going on the roads.
You
I
come
really
up
do.
to my state and you go for a ride with me one day. All I have to do is send them your name and all that and put you on the insurance policy for one day as a rider, and you can ride with me one day and you'll see what you friggin', as we call them, friggin' no account scumbag four wheelers do. How they're behind you
Oh, I
and you're
know.
driving down the
Listen,
road.
I
They come
know
around
because
you and cut you
you
off.
scumbag fucking 18-wheeler assholes think you own the fucking highway. That's what it comes down to. Fuck
Actually,
you.
I see more truckers though going up a hill and you're in the right hand lane and people will come around you and flip you off because you ain't going
Dude,
fast enough up the hill.
listen.
Or you ain't stopping.
I've run across so many of you assholes on the goddamn U.S. Highway 81, Interstate 81, right here in the Shenandoah Valley. They cause more wrecks than you can't even imagine.
Because they're cut off by four wheelers.
No, because
Well,
they're
now it's a
constantly
felony. Truck.
no. They're constantly fucking blocking shit up, rolling over, cutting people off. It happens all the goddamn time, Mr. B. That's why most of the time I'll opt, and my wife as well. When we go to Harrisonburg from here, we'll take fucking Route 11. It's a little slower,
No,
but I don't have to deal with all those asshole trucks out there. And they
I
are,
travel
man.
Route 11 a lot, and no, I wouldn't put a license plate on a horse.
Well, why not? It's dangerous. They can
No.
bolt. Do you know how many people have been killed by carriage accidents? Do you know how many people have been run over by runaway carriages? Do you know how many accidents and property damage has been caused by fucking carriages? None of those people having licenses either. Or were they required to have any? What?
Show a statistic of how many horse accidents happened in, say, 1850 to 1900.
Just Google it. Just Google carriage accidents, 19th century. I did it before. That's how I found all this out. It's real simple. There was all kinds of terrible shit happening and nobody was clamoring for legislation. It was like, hey, all of you people out there.
If we went back to the original Constitution, women would be almost like a bitch, and people could have slaves because women had no rights. They were treated as second-class citizens. They couldn't vote. They couldn't. They basically were dependent on their husband.
Got to do with carriage accidents?
No, but things have changed. They've been brought in. Things have changed. The world ain't what it was 100 years ago.
Well, no, it's not.
Hey, and liberty does mean free movement. Dreamland, that you can still travel. There's no law saying anyone can. I could walk out my front door right now and walk up the corner and hail a cab.
Mr. B. All right, so let me just ask you something. Now, I got a Jeep out there.
Yep.
Who owns that? Me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's my personal property, right?
Yep. Unless you got a lien on it from the bank.
All right. There's no lien on it. It's my personal property.
Yep.
Now, who gets to tell me that I can't transport it from one place to another?
As long as it's licensed, registered, insured.
No. License. What the fuck is that? License for what? Transporting my personal property from one place to another? Why would I need somebody's permission to do that?
Okay, so I got an 18. My truck is sitting out front.
You got to answer my question. I'm not getting into another scenario with you. I'm going to stay with this right here. I want to know, why do I need someone's permission to move my property from one place to another?
Because the state of Virginia.
If you want to get into about the paying for the road, I paid for the road because I had to buy gas in order for that vehicle, in order for my personal property to move. Right?
I mean, Virginia. How much road tax in Virginia per gallon? There's a good one.
It's higher right here because we're paying for 81. They included that onto Page County.
Okay. Here's a good example.
So
how many gallons of gas? How many gallons of gas you buy a year?
Dude, you're steering away from the whole fucking
thing. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
How much gas how much gas have you bought a year? Gallons. Thousands.
So as I was saying, since I am a shareholder of the road, through my continuous consumption of gasoline. Okay.
Mhm.
So I am a fellow shareholder in ownership.
You're paying
of
for
that
your
road.
local roads.
Okay.
You're paying for your local roads.
Well, whatever the fucking case may be, it doesn't matter. Why do I need to ask somebody's permission to use it?
You're not asking for anybody's
Yes,
permission.
I
You say
am.
a
What do you
license.
think a license is?
Mm-hmm.
Define
It's-
license. Define it. Do you know what a license is?
Proving you can drive it.
No, a license for anything. There's all kinds of different licenses, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's hunting licenses, right?
Doctor's license, nurse's license.
Yes. So, what does licensing mean?
You're qualified to run that piece of
And
equipment.
who says that? Who says you're qualified? I mean, what does it actually mean?
That's what it means.
What if
You're
I'm
qualified.
qualified? What if I'm qualified, but I don't have a license?
Not
I'm
everybody
still just
get,
as qualified as the guy with the license. What is the license? Where's that come in? Why is that needed?
that the state does it.
I don't care about what the state does. I'm asking from a logical standpoint, from reality, what does that license do? Okay, if I have two people who are both qualified, equally qualified, whatever, one has got a license, the other didn't bother to get the license, but they both have the same knowledge, the same skills, and same abilities. Why does one, what does the license do? How does the license add any benefit to what they're doing?
Makes a car illegal. I mean, I don't know what your
I'm
point.
talking even like a car. I'm talking about even like a doctor. Or what is a license? Okay, so what I'm going to tell you is this is what a license is. A license is permission to do something otherwise deemed illegal. Okay? That's what a license is. So we can both agree that moving my property from one place to another does not require anyone's permission, right? So in other words, I can take my couch if I wanted to. I could put it up on my back maybe. I could carry it over down the street if I wanted to, right?
Yep.
Okay. I don't have to ask nobody's fucking permission to do that, right?
Nope.
Okay.
You could dye your
So-
beard hot
so-
pink if you
so
wanted
why
to
do
with,
I- so
with
why do
yellow
I need-
stripes.
So then why do I need somebody's permission to move my Jeep from one place to another?
That's the law.
No, why? No, wait a second. Why is that the law? Why is it some things I have to have permission to move it, but other things I don't? Why is that?
Because it's in the Constitution that states can regulate it.
Well, no, it doesn't. It says that they can require you to have what? What kind of license would I need to move my
A driver's.
Jeep? A driver's license. Well, I'm not engaged in an act of commerce, Mr. B.
You don't have to be an act of Congress.
Well, then why would I need why would I?
Okay, that's it. Be like me. I'm over. I own 2 semi trucks.
Well, wait
So
a
I can
second.
take
Well,
my old.
wait,
No,
wait,
listen.
wait.
Wait a second.
If
Wait a
I'm
second.
not-
So
hold
if
on,
I take my
Mr. B,
old
if
semi
I'm not
truck.
engaged, if I'm not engaged,
Wait a
in-
second. I'm not engaging. I can take my old semi truck that I don't use anymore because it's too old and drive it down the road like a car. So does that mean I shouldn't need a license to operate that because it's not I'm not in act of commerce?
I wouldn't give a shit about you having a license or not. I don't know why I would. Why would I? Why would I give a fuck?
Yeah, well, it don't work that way. No,
I
it ain't
know,
just
that's
call
the
being just
problem.
so big.
That's the problem
You
right
can-
there. So
And
what
I lay down, and I'll
so
tell you
let
what,
me go
Dreaming
ahead and
States,
answer- so
come
go
to
ahead
my
and-
town and drive without
I'm
license
not worried
plate.
about your
See how far
town.
you get.
I'm going to ask you again, like I said, why would I need permission to move my Jeep from one place to another?
Still need a license. The state says
Why?
you
What
have
kind of license? What kind of license would I have to
a
move
driver's
my
license.
Well, I'm not driving
No.
though.
So
Yes, you are driving.
No, I'm not driving. I'm not driving is an act of commerce. I'm not
No, it ain't.
employed by anyone when I'm.
You're you're running a motorized vehicle. You're driving.
No, you're not. That's not driving. Driving is a commercial
Yes, it is.
act, Mr. B.
No, it ain't.
Yes,
No,
it is, as defined by Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah. Black Log Dictionary is a bunch of crack. That's why there's thousands of people that every year get ringing over the coals. One guy or put in jail.
No,
for
that's not why. That's
it
not
happens every day in every courtroom in America.
Mr. B, you're in cognitive dissonance right now. People that get raked over when they go down that road is because they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Please.
Yeah.
They take a small bit of something they heard without full understanding, and the court will eat them alive. If you're going to dance with the devil, you have to learn how to fucking waltz. Okay?
No, I'm not out of my league, Austin.
So that doesn't make any sense. Just a minute, Dreamy.
So what do you?
What I'm getting at is this: is that driving is an act of commerce. I'm not in an act of commerce. I don't need permission from anyone to move my personal conveyance from one place to another.
It's a car.
Now, that's exactly what a car is. It's personal conveyance.
Oh, so if I put a sign on there, Mr. B's
wait a
cab.
second. Did we establish that it moves, that I own it, right? We established that I own it, right? Okay, that would make it personal. That would make it personal, right? And it takes me from one place to another. That would be a form of conveyance, correct? So then that would make that a personal conveyance. You see? How it's real simple.
You could twist the words all you want, but let me ask you something.
Twisting the words. Is it
So
not
what if I take a car? What if I take my car, my regular sedan? I own several cars and put on it, Mr. B's Cab Company. I need a driver's license.
Yes,
to drive that.
Yes, because then you would be engaged in an act of commerce. You are for hire.
You're still driving the vehicle.
Hold on. If you're a taxi, then you are engaged in commerce. You are for hire. Okay. So then you would be driving. Yes. And you would be trafficking. Yes. So that would require a license. But I'm merely moving my personal conveyance from one place to another. I'm not charging people money and taking them from one place to another. I'm not transporting goods. I'm not doing anything that's in employ.
Well,
so therefore,
let me ask you something.
I'm not engaged.
You have a license, though, right?
Will you shut up and let me talk? Okay, so I'm not engaged in an act of commerce, so therefore I'm not driving. So why would I need permission? Why would I need permission to move my personal conveyance from one place to another? That's ridiculous. What does that mean? What does that license actually mean? I mean, here's how stupid it is. Let me show you how stupid it is. Somebody could have one, which apparently gives you the idea that these people have the ability to operate this machinery and be safe and all that other good shit, right?
I will say this.
Wait a second. That's what we think that means. So let's carry it just a little further. But there's a little date on there that says it expires. Now, does that mean that when that piece of paper fucking goes past that date, that you're gonna somehow just forget all of that knowledge and shit? Or what? No, but they'll still give you shit because you don't have one of those. So what the fuck is it really for, Mr. B? You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit. There's no need for it whatsoever, and people are being duped into thinking they have.
I got a good one for you. If you went right now, tore the license plate off your car, canceled your insurance, and drove down the road, right?
I don't have a license plate on my truck.
Yeah, what state you in?
I'm in Washington State, but my first car was given
to
me. Hold on. You've jabbered long enough, and you pissed me off.
Good.
Because you're lying to everybody.
I'm not lying.
Same stupid narrative. You're a truck driver. Of course, you are regulated. You are carrying heavy loads. So you need.
No, I don't need a license.
Regulated by commerce, the laws of commerce. Now listen. You want to learn? You can look this up yourself. Title 18 U.S. Codes 31 definitions. Look that up. The simple way is through if you want to get to the gist of it, the Legal Institute, which is a Cornell Law School. And it
Yeah,
says,
Cornell, the most.
excuse me, I'm talking.
Oh,
It says number 6, motor vehicle. The term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for a commercial purpose on the highways in the transportation of passengers and property or cargo. Go down to, let's check out what it means for used for a commercial purpose. Number 10, the term used for a commercial purpose means the carriage of persons or property for any fee, fare, rate, charge, or other consideration, or directly or indirectly connection with any business or other undertaking intended for what? Profit.
yeah.
You keep saying that everyone needs a driver's license. No, they don't. It's not required. Not state law,
Funny.
not federal law. Even our own state law says that the required people are acting in commerce, not just everybody. My first car, I stood in a courtroom getting a divorce, and my husband's telling the judge, no, I don't want her to have one of the vehicles or one of the cars because she doesn't have a driver's license. You want to know what? I still remember the 3 questions the judge asked him that day. What if she needs to take the children to the hospital or doctor's office? What if she needs to take and go get groceries? What if she wants to take them to the park? None of those have anything to do with commerce. He didn't say, well, what if your wife would like to use that car and go around and be a taxi driver? He didn't mention that. He mentioned only 3 things, and they were all non-commercial.
You know what's funny though?
I know, absolutely. I ended up with one of the cars. I was awarded one of the cars, even though my husband sat over there and argued, but she doesn't have a license.
You don't need a license to own a car. I'll give you a good one
I
though.
don't need a license to own a car. I don't need a license to drive the damn thing. I don't care if I'm driving horses, cows, chickens, ducks.
What kind of car you got now?
I have a Ford pickup right now.
You know what's funny? I got 5 vehicles in my driveway. I'll give you a good example. If you got pulled over tomorrow and they confiscated your car and then they sold it at auction, guess who's the guy that buys your nice truck? Me. I got an Audi TT Roadster convertible that was $58,000 brand new. I bought it at auction weight. It was 2 years old for $3,000. And guess what? The person that had their car impounded had to finish paying for it, and I got a clear title. And I say to that guy, thank you. I got a $58,000 sports car for $3,000.
Wait a second.
The only person that can give consent to have a car taken is the owner. It is clearly written in our state RCWs. Go look it up for yourself.
Yeah, I got 5 cars that I bought at auction.
Hold on. Let me get this straight, Mr. B.
I wish I
tell me because you got a deal on a stolen car.
I got 5 cars like that.
So 5 stolen cars.
You want me to go show them to you?
Wait,
I'll go outside.
I pass the law.
Wait a second. I don't problem. The 5 just makes it even worse. You're relishing in the idea that you got a deal by buying stolen cars.
They ain't stolen.
Yeah, they are. Where'd they come from?
I bought them. I own them.
Yeah, but where did they? The people that sold them to you, where did they get the cars?
They didn't follow the rules.
Well, no. So they stole someone's car and sold it to you, and you feel good about it.
Well, let me ask you something. If one of my cars was yours, would you think?
You mean to tell me that you bought 5 stolen cars?
They weren't stolen.
Yeah, they were.
They didn't pay their fines, so
they were. How did the cops end up in possession of these vehicles?
People didn't have license, every one of them. Let me ask you this: what would you do if you
hold the phone? They don't steal your car for not having a license and sell it at auction.
Yes, they do. You don't pay the
that's
impound
fucking
fees.
bullshit. That's some bullshit right there. Especially
What would you
since
do?
you're not,
How would you do? What would you do if
especially-
you
here's
lived
the
next
worst
door to me?
criminal part of it.
What
Here's
would
the
you do
worst-
if you lived next door to me and you got your truck repo, didn't pay the penalty, and I bought your truck at
Wait
auction?
a second, repoed.
Would you go?
Wait, you didn't
Yeah.
say repoed. You
Well,
said
not
you
repo,
bought them
but a
from the
comp-
police. You
I
said-
did. I bought them from the police auction.
Well, the police don't
impounded
repo.
it.
Police don't repo
impounded.
your car. Where do you
Impounded.
fucking think?
Impounded.
Well, repoing and impounding are two different.
Yeah, I
things.
know that. I misspoke. So if you had your Jeep, what would you do if I lived next door to you and you had your Jeep impounded because you didn't have a license and you kept saying that and you didn't pay the impound fees, and I went and bought your Jeep at an impound from the lot auction and drove it right next to you and parked it? Would you say I stole your vehicle?
No, I'd say you're a fucking asshole, and the people that stole my Jeep was a fucking asshole
There-
too.
There's my
That's what I would say.
So
I'd
who
say
owns
you're
the
a
Jeep
class
at that
A,
point?
You're a class A dirtbag.
Who owns the
You
Jeep at
relish
that
in the
point?
fact you
Mr.
relish in
B.
the fact that you got to buy some stolen shit. You realize what was the overhead on the cops that stole
Mr.
that?
B, I just
Nothing.
read you the definitions that the federal government says. Now these are my state
That's car
um,
theft, man.
codes, and
So
I
would you
just
steal your Jeep back?
do. So you can read that and see that it says the same thing. It's for hire only. That's who's
I'll tell you
required.
this way, Mr. B. I'll tell you this way. It would never leave my possession in the first fucking place. I
Oh, it
don't
would
deal
not.
with theft. I will
Oh, you
deal
wouldn't
with
have taken-
Hey, listen, I'll deal with theft however I got to deal with it. I don't give a fuck who's doing it.
So if the
That's
police impounded your vehicle and I bought it, would you try and steal it back?
The police wouldn't be impounding my vehicle.
Oh, like you're going to stop them?
Yes,
If they
I
do,
would.
you can make them pay. You can make them pay to get it out, or
Yep.
work a deal out with the tow company, because only the owner can give consent. Read your RCWs. If they
Only
take,
the owner can get
See,
consent.
and I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I know
tell
a
you
lot of
something,
people
Mr.
that
B.
said
they
I'm
can't
gonna
take our property without just
they've
compensation.
done it. They do it all the time.
Good.
I'm just going to tell you something, Mr.
I've
B.
never had a
I think
problem.
that you are one of the most worst holster sniffing, boot licking people
I don't
that
lick
I've ever
nothing.
met in my life. The fact that
He's
you would
brainwashed.
go
He
and
loves his wife.
not just once, but 5 times take advantage of someone else's misfortune of having been robbed by the police, who then reap a profit at the auction that you think you got to deal with because they sold you a stolen car that they have no overhead into, while
Amen,
somebody else
Dave.
has to suffer for it over nothing, over something that they weren't even doing wrong. Because as Dreamy Lynn has already pointed out, that fucking driver's license bullshit is just that. It's bullshit. And I don't give a fuck if you think it isn't or not. Because you're one of those people that thinks you're supposed to, oh, it doesn't matter. Somebody wrote some shit down on a magic piece of paper, therefore all your rights are gone. Oh, well. But I also have a tendency to think that most of the things that you say on here is made up bullshit that you try to say so you can feel important.
No, I got 5 vehicles I bought at a police auction sitting in my driveway. You want to see them?
No, I don't, because I'm already sick into my stomach that you're still glad that you did that.
I got
I'm
a good
sick
deal.
I am sick into my stomach that you would take joy in the fact that you took part in someone else's fucking misery. That sickens me.
You know, there's things everyone says on YouTube that sickens.
No,
like-
that action right there shows that you have so little regard for your fellow man over earthly shit that it's sickening to me. I mean, that's just beyond fucking reprehensible. One time be one time, but 5, what do you go hang out down at the fucking cops and shit? Hey, what you got for tomorrow? Hey, buddy,
there's
here's
an,
a donut.
there's
Be
an
my
auction
friend.
once a year. I get them all. I go
Oh,
every
man.
one of them.
Yeah, I've been a victim of civil asset forfeiture, and it was a bunch of railroad fucking.
I have over 100,000. I got about $100,000 worth of iron sitting in my driveway.
Yeah, good for you.
Got less than 10 grand in all of it.
Good for you. I hope you're fucking happy with yourself, man. I really do. I really do.
All of my pickup. I bought that brand new 28 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're real pleased with yourself with that rest of that shit. You know, whatever. If if indeed that's true. But
All right. Hey, in the state of Tennessee, if you got pulled over with drugs in your car, you know what they can do? They'll take that car and they'll use it as a patrol car if necessary, and right in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm well aware of the thievery that goes on amongst the what do they call themselves now? They don't call themselves state police. They call themselves what are they? The Department of Public Safety, which is a fucking horse shit. Listen, I'm going to tell you what. This policing for profit horse shit, civil asset forfeiture, the whole fucking 9 yards, it's got to go, bro. It's got to go. And people that support it, they got to go too. They got to go. That's straight up, right around, out of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment to the United States Constitution and your Bill of Rights. I mean, people are just putting up with the dumbest shit. Checkpoints. Listen, I'm going to tell you something about these checkpoints. They sound good. Oh, we're checking to make sure that there's no, drunk drivers out. Hey, freedom's dangerous, deal with it. If you can't just arbitrarily pull one motherfucker over for no reason, you certainly can't pull over everybody for no reason. Okay? So there's how that I look at that shit. See, there's just too much of this, and that shit about what you're saying there that, oh, well, if you don't have this special piece of paper, that should give them the right to steal your fucking property. You're a fucking lunatic, Mr. B. If you think that there's anything right with that, you're a motherfucking lunatic.
I'm not a lunatic.
You are a lunatic. You actually think it's okay to steal someone's fucking property because they don't have a little fucking piece of. You think it's okay? You're down for it because you can profit.
Well, you made a comment. You pay taxes. I just looked it up. That even at $1 a gallon, you probably even $1 a gallon in tax.
Doesn't matter. I'm still a shareholder in the fucking road. You
haven't bought enough gas in a year to pave your driveway.
Doesn't matter. I'm still a shareholder in the road, brother. I get to use it. That's how it works.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if you like it or not. I'm going to use it anyway. But that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is you actually are on board with and support
a driver's license. Yes, I do.
No, you support someone's property being stolen because they don't
didn't steal it.
Who didn't steal it?
The cops.
They didn't.
The cops conspire with the tow truck companies, just like my landlord tried to do with tow enforcement and take my truck out of this property that I'm legally and lawfully allowed to be here. I rent.
How did the cops get into possession of the vehicle in the first place?
If someone didn't have a license.
Okay, so you think that it's okay to steal someone's property because they don't have a piece of paper?
They didn't steal it. They're following their orders.
Wait a second. Yes, they stole it.
Orders, that's right.
Still stealing. It doesn't matter if somebody else told you to do it. If I told you, hey, Mr. B, go over there and shoot that guy in the head, you still committed murder. It wasn't following orders. Okay, it doesn't matter if I told you to do it. You still committed a fucking crime.
I wouldn't do that.
The orders were. Where did the orders come from? Where did these orders come from?
Taxpayers, they elect the people that.
No, the taxpayers didn't say, "Hey, steal people's shit."
Oh, what do you think they're supposed to do?
Nothing.
Lou sent me a good comment. What happens to someone without insurance?
Why would you think that it's okay to steal someone's property because they don't have a piece of paper?
They impounded it. That's all they did.
Oh, okay, yeah, they removed it. Did they take it away from the owner?
Mm-hmm. Okay, what do you want to take to your house?
Was the owner saying, "Will you take my vehicle? Will you take my property?" Did the owner say, "Hey, I want you to take my property"?
No,
they didn't say that, did they? Okay.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. So if someone comes after you with a samurai sword and threatens you with it, and they do harm to you, should they take away your sword? They didn't give permission to take away your sword.
Wait a second. That's what the fuck kind of convoluted.
It's the same. You're saying if someone.
Hold on a second. We're not talking about a samurai sword, dumbass. We're talking
thought-
about a fucking piece of paper or plastic, a piece of fucking plastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Run
So
for
you're
state
saying
legislator,
that if
remove it.
somebody doesn't have this little piece of plastic, that it should be all right for state agents to steal their property and then sell it at a discount to the public and make a profit. You think that that's okay?
They don't actually. They don't sell that at discount. I mean, to take the profit, because in some states, if they like in
You get the car
believe
less
it-
than you would. Do you get the car less at an auction than you would off a lot?
you get a lot less.
All right.
And the money they
So
make.
how much money?
So here's how it
hold
works.
on. How much money does the people selling it to you have invested in it?
Oh, they have the tow bill,
Nothing.
the storage
Nothing.
bill.
Nothing.
Oh no,
Storage,
they pay.
they own the fucking storage. They don't pay anything to
so-
store shit on their own lot. Are you fucking insane?
Yes, they do pay. They don't own. A lot of cities don't own their lots. The city, my city does not own an impound lot.
They have zero invested in the fucking
They don't
vehicle
own the
because
lot.
They stole the vehicle.
So what happened? But the way it works is,
they stole property and sold
guess what? Guess what? But if they make 10 grand on that vehicle from an auction, they have to send, after they deduct the towing fee,
it. Doesn't
and they
matter
send you
if
the
they
difference.
make a nickel, Mr. B. They still stole it and sold it. Doesn't matter if they make a nickel on it. They still sold it after stealing it. Stealing it because someone didn't have a fucking piece of plastic. I want you to really think about that for a moment. $16,000 vehicle or higher because of not having a little piece of plastic. Well, you not having that little piece of plastic, even though you're not hurting anyone and you've committed no fucking loss, injury, or harm, we're going to steal your fucking property because you've done nothing wrong.
Yep. See how far it gets
You
people.
think it's okay to steal people's property
I
when
didn't say
they've
steal
done
it.
nothing wrong?
They broke the law.
No, they didn't break any law. They broke a policy.
It's a law. It's not a policy.
It's not a law. It's a policy. Look it up. It's a code. Find law in there anywhere. There is no law in that.
The kind of world you want no police.
No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that ever.
You call police gains on your beginning of your thing. You call them all gains. You think all cops are gains.
Who said who said that?
Right on your intro. It goes.
Where? That's not on my intro anywhere. There's nothing about cops being a gang on my intro anywhere.
I saw
Even
one
though
word.
they are.
They're not.
The sheriff is a different story altogether. No, I don't believe we need police, policy enforcers. A sheriff that enforces the law of the land, constitutional sheriff, absolutely. Fuck yeah.
There is no difference between a sheriff and a cop. They all take the same oath.
Absolutely a difference between police and sheriff.
Oh, what's the difference? They enforce it. Put this way, a sheriff will still pull you over if you ain't got a license. If you ain't got no license plate and he spots you, he'll pull you over.
The fact that you don't know the difference between police and sheriff.
The only difference is one's elected and one's not.
That's right.
And guess what? The deputies are not elected.
Yes.
They are hired by the
Mr. B,
They're hired.
You're pissing up a rope right now. You're pissing up.
You don't get it. The sheriff is elected. You're right.
Dude, I know more about this than you do, obviously.
Really?
So let me know.
The deputies of a sheriff. Okay. The sheriff's department in my town has 48 deputies.
Okay.
They're not elected.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Mr. B. In the Constitution, it says that we have a right to be private in our papers and effects, right? Our property papers and effects. What is an effect? Do you understand that word?
Like cars, vehicles,
That's
anything.
right. So if you're in your car, you're not out there acting in commerce. Now, when you're in your truck, you got to have your license because you're getting paid, right?
That's discrimination.
No,
You don't
it's
see
not.
the discrimination of that? Wait a second. So you're saying I'm driving down the road and wait a second. You're driving around the road in your checkered cab. If you have a decommissioned checkered cab that you're only just driving around,
like a little boy that
that's
needs
discrimination.
Mr. B,
Does
you
your
don't
daddy still go
understand
in
the
there
difference.
and wipe your butt when you take a shit, for God's sakes?
Mr.
No,
B,
I have my pimp maid do it.
who said anything about? Why do you keep bringing up fucking checkered
Oh my
cab?
gosh.
Nobody,
I mean,
we're not out there being cab drivers.
I said, if you bought a retired checker
Well,
cab,
yeah, or if
it's
you
your
bought an
personal vehicle.
F-16 and you know you didn't have a license to fly.
Oh, wait
an
a second. To
What the
sit there
fuck
and
are
say
you talking
I
about?
need a license to drive my big rig, and you don't need one to drive your little car because I'm driving a big bad
No, it's
semi
not
truck
because
that crushes
You're
like
getting
a bug.
paid.
It's
You're being
because
paid while you're on that roadway. I'm not.
Here's a rat's ass.
Well,
Because
that's
You're out here
I-
doing the same
What
thing.
am I
That's
earning?
discrimination.
What am I earning to pay a tax out of?
yeah. Let me.
You're
ask you this
taking
question.
money out of my damn pocket,
I might take
and
money out of your pocket.
I ain't even making a profit while I'm on that road.
Here you are.
You
Without
are.
the great American truck driver, both of you asses would
You're
eat.
acting
You
in
wouldn't have that
Oh,
Jeep. You wouldn't have
I
jack
hope-
shit
I
if it
hope
wasn't
they
for
get
the
rid of
great
all the
American
trucks.
18-wheel truck
If I
driver.
if I was driving
would-
a bus, a school bus, let's say, yes,
You wouldn't have anything without a truck driver.
I think
Nothing.
I think I would have a driver.
Really? The fucking roads are paid by a truck driver.
No,
Where would
you know
you
what?
have
You know what?
roads?
Hey, you know what you ought to do, Mr. B? It
Wait a
sounds
minute,
to
Mr.
me
B,
like
you didn't pave them. Now, my dad, he got out there on the road and he ran them shovels and trucks and stuff. So did my dad's dad, my grandpa. So you know what? And my son works for the state here. So you know what? We have a lot of people out there working on the roads while you're rolling down the roads. So don't forget that. You're rolling down the
I
road.
don't want to get too far off anything.
Tax helps
Dreamy.
pay for that.
Dreamy, give me a second here. Listen, Mr. B,
Yes.
when you're going down the road in your big rig truck, the reason you have to have a license is because you're being paid, you're engaged in an act of commerce. Okay. Now, when Dreamy is going down the road and she's not engaged in an act of commerce, there's no reason for her to have a license because it's not about the ability to operate the machinery. Okay. It's a license to operate in commerce as you do, Mr. B. And so, yes, you need a fucking driver's license because you're
tell you what,
driving.
Sovereign.
And
I'll tell you
Dreamy
what.
does not.
I'm gonna email you. You send me your address. I'll pick you up in my car. We'll go to a truck stop and you tell that to a trucker and see what you get.
I am telling it to a trucker.
No, we'll go to a truck stop.
I can go right to a truck stop near me without having to go near you. I don't need
No,
that.
I'll go with you, is what I'm saying.
Mr.
I'll
B,
meet you and we'll
hold
go
on.
there.
Furthermore, Mr. B, I'm more interested in what the law has to say about it over a bunch of truck drivers who probably don't know jack shit about the law. Okay.
We know
So
more than you
that's
think.
where you go to look. You don't go ask a bunch of people what the fucking rules are. You go and investigate and research it yourself, which you apparently have not.
I'm gonna tell you a little secret.
Otherwise, you would understand the difference between traveling and driving. What you do is driving. What Dreamy Lynn does is traveling. They're
driving.
different. No, it's not driving. Driving is an act of commerce. Why can you not get that?
It's written in code for a reason.
Oh,
And you don't even know the
town in Washington. I got a niece that's a New York State
you
trooper.
don't even know the definitions on your contract. That's shameful. That is shameful. For a trucker, you don't even know the law. That's shameful.
I know the law.
No, you don't.
Do you?
You know what you've been brainwashed and told. You didn't go read it, did you?
I ain't brainwashed.
Well, if you don't know that a driver is,
I would. I'd like Lulu said. I'd like to see make a video with driving around with no plates. I'd like to see that.
All kinds of people
I just
making
gave
those
you
videos.
another U.S. code. Did you read it? It was talking about household goods. Your car is your household good whenever you're not being paid to use it as a means of profit. It's
Guess
a
what?
household good, and I gave you the thing.
Guess what? When I go deliver my load every day, when I'm coming back home, I'm not hauling a trailer. I'm just bobtailing. So I don't even have a trailer, so I don't need a license.
But
What
are you being paid? Because yes, there are some very.
No, I'm not getting paid on the way back. I get paid to deliver load and drive back.
Well, then you don't have to present your driver's license because you're not acting in commerce at that time.
No, because part of the job is driving back, correct?
Nope. I could stay there and get a load and come back if I wanted to. I just choose to come back. I don't have to.
Okay, here's how it works. If you'll give me just a moment to explain.
Oh, I've heard everyone tell me the same code, Nat. I just get it's
you cut people off because you don't want to hear the truth. That's why you cut people off, because you don't want to hear it.
Oh, I've heard it enough.
You're stuck in your way.
Well, apparently not, Mr.
You're not going to learn nothing new. You're not willing. You're not open-minded enough to listen.
What
so
is
you
traffic?
cut people off.
Mr. B, what is traffic?
Yeah, what's on the road every day?
What is
Cars,
it?
trucks.
What is it? Cars? Cars is traffic.
Trucks. Yep.
No, that's not traffic. Nope. Traffic is another commercial term. Okay. And it's an act of commerce. This is why we call it human what? Trafficking, or drug what? Trafficking. Why is that word used? Because it's a commerce term. That means that they're transporting these things from one place to another for money. This is called trafficking. When you move things from one place to another and they pay you, you are trafficking those goods. So there are trucks and vehicles on the highways that are traffic. There are cars and people traveling that are caught up in that traffic. You understand? It's completely different. Now you have to understand this is how words work. This is how the English language works.
In your mind?
No, not in my mind. It don't matter what the fuck in your mind. I'm telling you the mind of the people that write this shit down, and the same people that try to fuck you over with it. If you don't understand what they're saying, then you're going to get run over. They don't speak the same language as you. Okay?
Most America does.
We speak a bastardized dog form of English in our regular vernacular. Okay? And then I coin it American. We speak American. These are written in concise English. And the definitions of words in English are not necessarily the same as what we think they are in American, or these bastardized forms of English. And this is why you think traffic just means vehicles on the highway. No, I just deciphered that for you.
How come you got a license?
How come I have a license? Because I don't want to get my ass beat by stupid fucking cops that don't know shit, or shot like Chase Allen at the beginning of last
if you
month.
really believe that, to tear up your license plate and drive around without.
No, what I'd like to see is
I don't have plates. I've told you that.
You can tell me you got blonde hair and purple eyes. I won't know unless I see it. Just like you can tell me you have license plates. I call BS.
You can't see the air you breathe, so it just doesn't exist now, does it?
Yeah, I can see it.
No, you
Go
can't.
outside when it's cold, I can see it.
Oh, you're just a little fucker. Sorry.
No.
You're one of those idiots wrapped in a moron.
Well, wait a second. Like Lou on there keeps asking Chad, what if you hit me without no insurance and you cause bodily harm? Then what happens?
You can get a bond if you would like, but also
the bond won't pay everything.
Excuse me. You asked a fucking question. Let me answer it. You dumbass. You sit there
I'm not dumb.
Everything. Now, let me finish. In the maximums of law, if you're out there and before insurance came along, you were responsible for your own
Yep.
property because you knew it was a risk in the public area. So you took care of your own. Now, if you felt you caused that accident, you could offer the other person to fix it for them and pay for that and cover their
You
costs.
think
So
you
that's
offered.
when men knew how to be men, when a man's word
Uh,
was their bond, right?
How big of a bond you got?
I don't have a bond.
You don't have no insurance?
Nope.
So
I don't have,
wait a second. So
I
wait a second. Wait a
I
second.
don't have
Here's a
any,
good one.
I don't have any contracts because I'm not acting in commerce.
Okay. So if you cut me off and I rolled my truck over and my dash cam proved that you caused that accident, you got $255,000 laying around to buy me a new semi?
And you would have to prove that it was my intention.
Oh, video, as they say, record the police. My dash cam records all the time driving going the road, so I can prove it. If you cut me off, it's a felony.
Cutting me off. There you go again, cutting me off, and you're doing it on purpose because you keep doing it. Now, if you're going down the road and you see me step on the gas pedal and I just fly through a red light and cut you off, yes, that's negligence on my part.
No, cut me off on the highway.
Well, on the highway, whatever, it doesn't matter, intersection, highway, and I cause that accident. I'm telling you, if I do it with negligence on purpose, then it's my responsibility.
Where are you going to come up with $259,000?
Let me ask you this, Mr. B. It seems to me that your biggest problem isn't so much with the license, it's with fucking insurance. So let's suppose there's somebody that does have insurance, but no fucking driver's license. Are you okay with that?
Not really,
Why?
because the insurance will cancel out.
What does that little piece of plastic mean?
Because that insurance don't have to pay if you get in an accident.
Wait. No, let's suppose they have insurance, but they have no driver's license. Now, are you okay? If they hit you, you're paid. You're took care of. But they didn't have the little piece of plastic paper. They did it one time, but it expired. They never renewed it. They know how to operate. They know how to do all the shit, right? But they don't have the license, but they do have insurance. Are you okay with that?
The insurance company wouldn't pay as soon as they found out
I'm not
you didn't have a
asking you
license.
that. The insurance company will pay. In this scenario, the fucking insurance company will pay.
Well, if they would, but if they would,
They will.
That's
In this scenario, the insurance company will pay.
Okay.
It's a special insurance. Okay. Let's pretend. So answer the fucking question. If they've got the insurance, which it seems that you're the most bent about, and it's a special insurance, it says, I'll pay for any fucking thing that happens. Okay. But the guy doesn't have a fucking driver's license. Are you okay with that? And
Sure.
as I said, he had one at one time, but it expired.
That's fine as long as I get my vehicle replaced, because if you don't, I'd sue your ass and take care of everything you own to get my new truck.
Okay, so your biggest problem is not with the licenses, it's with insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how often have you had to have somebody pay you for damages to your vehicle?
Well, I had a car take off the front of my semi just last year.
I didn't want to know about every one of them. I said, how many times?
I'd probably say about 8.
8 times? You suck at driving.
Nope.
I've never had an
Are you
accident in
kidding
my
me?
life.
Even with 6 fucking
I have
DUIs,
had,
I don't have that
you
many.
listen, I've only had one car cut me off on the highway that took off the hood, and the other 7 times where the truck was sitting in front of my house, came down the street drunk and hit my truck, parked in front of my house.
What?
Yes.
You lying son of a bitch.
Mr.
B, you are very insulting.
I live on a main drag, and I've had my truck hit.
6 times somebody has drove down your road and swerved off onto your property and hit your fucking truck.
They swerved off the road
6 times.
Yes.
6 fucking times. You're a liar.
Nope.
Yes, you are a
I
liar.
can show you
Mr. B.
every
Just
police
like when you
report.
tried to tell us you hooked up a fucking septic tank to a sprinkler system. It never happened. It's ridiculous. You make
Let me ask
shit
you something.
up.
Let me ask you
didn't
something.
have nobody swerve off the road 6 fucking times and hit your truck. You're
I
making
live
up
on
shit,
a main.
bro.
Wait a second. You tell me I couldn't hook a garden hose to a sump pump.
You said you hooked up a sprinkler system to a sump pump.
Yes.
No, you
Yes.
didn't. How the fuck
Yes.
you dug down, pulled the lid off, put a pump down in there.
Yep.
You're full of shit.
Why can't-
How did you keep the fucking little holes in the sprinkler system from getting plugged up with feces and toilet paper?
It's full of water at the top, you know. I don't drop it all the way down. It's not solid all the way.
Mr. B, the story gets worse every time you tell it. Stop.
I
it
put
didn't
a
happen.
sump pump
It didn't
floated.
fucking happen.
I
Mr.
can.
B, it didn't fucking happen.
I'll tell you what. Do a live stream during the day, and I'll show you.
Listen, I had a
Do a
master
live stream
plumber.
during the day, and I will
Mr. B,
show
I
you.
had a master fucking plumber in my fucking chat who's a good friend of mine when you floated that story.
I don't give a rat's ass. How about that?
Well, that's why
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you a little secret about me, Mr. Sovereign. I am a journeyman maintenance machinist by trade. My father was a journeyman maintenance machinist.
I thought
I
you
work
were-
on more shit than you
Why are you
own.
not working that high paying skilled trades job instead
Because
of
I like driving
a
truck.
Holy shit, you could make
You learned those jobs. You are not those jobs. That's something you learned how to do. That's not something that's not who you are. For
I
sake.
hate. Yes, it is. And I hate to tell you
It's-
something.
It's
I make
things
$5
you
grand a week
do.
driving truck.
It's things that you can do. It's not who you are. You need to learn who you are.
I know who I am.
you need to
You're
quit
not
telling
these
tall
things
tales.
that you can do.
No,
You're
I'm not an astronaut, Austin
You're
Murphy.
bigger than that.
No, I'm not a liar.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know, Mr. B. You do make up some pretty tall tales.
No,
I
You
mean,
can-
you really think that I'm going to believe that
do a
6
live stream.
times- hold on, wait a second. You think I'm going to believe, or anybody would believe, or even an insurance company? I think they'd be investigating you if a car went off drunk off the road and hit your truck 6 times on your property.
It ain't on. It's in the road in front of the house.
Yeah.
You know how far away I live from a bar?
Oh my God. Yeah, here he goes.
I live 4 blocks from a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So what?
And I live on a curb.
Okay.
And drunks come around
So
that curb
after,
every
I
day.
mean, how many times did it take before you decided, hey man, maybe I shouldn't leave my truck here? After all, it's been hit 3 times already. After the 3rd time, I'd be
I got no
"Look,
place else to put it. Where am I going to put it?
Mr. B,
It won't fit in my driveway.
your truck has not been hit 6 times
Oh,
on
yes,
your
it is.
property by cars that were drunk, smashing
And I
into
didn't
it.
say they were all
The-
drunk.
the
Some were drunk and some
statistical-
were other people.
The statistical fucking unlikelihood of that is insurmountable. Okay,
Couple,
just
two of them were drunk. 2 of them
statistical
were drunk.
improbability of
Listen,
that.
2 of them were drunk, hit it. Another was a police car chasing somebody. Came around the curb too fast and hit the back end of my truck. And another was a fire truck that actually hit it. I've been looking for a place to park it because the town don't want it there. It's right on the curb, but there ain't no other place to put it. There's no truck stop near my house. It's right on the curb. The town board is actually considering putting no parking. If they do, then I'll be parking it a couple miles away and driving back and forth.
Well,
I
the
don't
thing
want.
is this though: if it's on your property, they can't tell you can't park there.
It's in front of the house on a public road.
Well,
Is where it's parked. I can't put it in my driveway. It won't fit.
6 times.
I got to. Yeah. If I showed you where I live, you'd
Anyway,
understand.
Mr. B, you're full of shit. My
No, I'm
point being this. If there were remedy needed and sought for such an action, you realize that the reason that most of these repairs and shit on vehicles is so high is because of insurance, right? You realize that that's the reason that these things are as high as they are. But that withstanding, to seek remedy for any loss, injury, or harm, whether it be from a piece of personal conveyance or whether it be because of any other act of negligence that didn't involve a vehicle. What if we're walking down the road, Mr. B? You're walking down the sidewalk. I'm walking down the sidewalk, and I'm carrying some kind of a heavy thing on my shoulder, right? And right as I pass you, it slips from my grip and lands on you and injures you. Now, how does that get taken care of? I don't have insurance. I don't have walking insurance. And I'm moving my conveyance from one place to another. So how do you get remedy for the injury that you suffered because
say you drop that? Well, what would happen? You'd probably call an ambulance for me.
Well, yeah, but who pays for that? Who pays for the injury, the hospital bill, all that shit? I do.
You.
Well, how are you going to make me pay for it?
I'll take it to civil court. Judge will order you to.
So you just answered your question as to why you don't need fucking insurance.
Oh, okay.
Because you take them to civil court.
Question.
Correct. Hold on. Wait a second. You just answered it. That's all done now. So now, since you know that you can seek remedy through civil court for loss, injury, or harm due to negligence or actions of another, now you've already agreed that neither one of those things, you've shown that neither one of those things, a license, which doesn't give the person the ability or inability to properly make that piece of machinery function, right? So that little piece of paper, that little piece of plastic with your picture and everything on it means jack shit, right? And also the insurance isn't needed because we can seek remedy through, what was it you said? That's right, civil court. Boom. So thereby I don't have to be forced to contract with another company, an insurance company, because the state says I must in order to carry this unneeded validation for me to travel on the road in my personal conveyance. So you've basically come full circle, Mr. B. You've agreed that that little piece of plastic.
Let me ask you something. How far away does your son live from you in miles?
For some reason, I believe you believe that it's okay for agents of the state to steal one's conveyance because they don't have this little piece of plastic.
I got a question for you. How far away does your son live from you?
How far is my I don't know.
Roughly in miles. 1,000, 2,000?
No, not that far. I could probably be at his house in 10 hours, I guess.
So about 800 miles, we'll say, right? 900.
500, 600.
Yep.
Maybe.
I've heard your son say on his live stream he drove from his house in Michigan to your house in Virginia without no plates on his car on main highways and that.
Mm-hmm.
Bullshit.
No, he did.
Bullshit.
No,
next time he does, I want to see a camera on it. Bullshit.
He did. Listen, I don't give a fuck if you believe it or not, and neither does he, because we've already determined that you're a matrix-sized brainwashed person. Okay,
I'm not brainwashed.
Yes, you are severely brainwashed.
No, I'm not.
You actually believe in every fucking hoax that they've thrown in front of you, including the.
There's so many towns that he's driven through. I know for a fact they during cops would just let him drive by with no license.
He got pulled over on the way home in Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they let him go, and he went on home. No ticket, nothing.
Bullshit.
So, no, it's for real, and I don't care if you say bullshit. Now, bullshit is what you spread.
No, I ain't.
Of course you're going to think everybody's bullshitting you because you're a bullshitter.
I'm not a bullshitter.
You are a bullshitter, Mr. B. You do. You make
stories.
up
I'll tell you what.
You do. You make up stories.
Do a lie.
The thing with the Iranian that you were going to spray with septic on him from the sprinkler, that was a horseshit story.
No, it wasn't.
The thing you said.
Do a live stream during the day. I will show you.
I mean, come on, man. Everything that somebody says, you happen to have some kind of an involvement with something.
Do a live stream during the day,
and I will a fucking astronaut. Your brother-in-law was an FBI agent at Sandy Hook, and that's how you know it was real. I mean, come on, man. You're full of shit. You make up shit, man.
Nope. Do a live stream during the day.
That. Nobody
Do a live
believes any
stream
of it.
during the day. Do a live stream during the day. I will
Why
show
would
you.
I have to do a live stream during the day?
Because I
for
can't
what?
show you my sprinkler system in a septic tank in the dark. That's why.
All right. Well, the next time I do a live in the day, pop on there and show me this non-existent sprinkler
long as it's
system
during
hooked
the
up to a
weekend.
septic tank. So you mean to tell me that you're willing to spread sewage around? The health department don't have a problem with this at all? This is why I know you're full of shit. No one is going to spread sewage around with a goddamn sprinkler system because some Iranian came to touch his flag. Nobody's going to do that.
I will.
What, you're going to have sewage spread around your fucking yard and sprayed up on wherever,
It's
including
basically
your
piss,
flag,
yes.
including your flag.
I can put up another flag.
So you don't care that you spread stinky ass fucking sewage everywhere in your
Piss,
own
basically.
yard, rather
Nope.
than just tell the dude, stay the fuck off my property.
He wouldn't listen.
Dude, none of that happened.
Yes,
I'm
it
going
is.
for a smoke. I'll be right back.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, that's insulting. That's insulting that you would think that I would believe that.
I will do it.
I mean, especially, when you ran that first time, I had a master fucking plumber, and he's sitting there. I was talking to him. He says, man, I was trying to run through my head how in the fuck you would ever do something like that. He said, that would never work. He said, that would never fucking work. It would get plugged up so goddamn quick.
You do know that septic tanks have a tank, and on top it's basically liquid.
Dude, a master plumber.
Uh-huh.
He knows
The top of a tank
he knows
is
exactly
liquid.
what that is. Dude, quit. Just
You
quit.
can hang a septic tank by a rope. It don't have to go all the way to the bottom. Like I said, you do a live stream during the weekend.
No
and I
one
will
is
do it.
going to spread nasty, cholera-filled fucking sewage or its water
I
out
will.
onto their own lawn.
I will.
No, you won't.
Really? You know what I do with my
really.
dog?
Come on, man.
Really?
The
I
health-
throw my dog shit in my hedgerow. I don't put it in garbage. I compost
Dude,
it in my.
no. I'm going to tell you a little secret here. You can spread animal shit of every known kind anywhere that you want to, and no one will care. But if you get a human turd someplace and they're sending the fucking hazmat crew, okay, you're not going to spread human feces or its products out of a fucking sprinkler onto the grass and into your property. If anything, that's even a health fucking violation right there. Nobody is going to do that. Nobody. And besides that, you're supposed to be all law abiding. You think everybody's supposed to suck the fucking state's dick and get a little plastic piece of paper because it means something. Or if they don't, it's okay to steal their shit. That's fucked up. It's not stealing. Did they give them money for it?
Oh, what? They should?
Yes. If you're going to steal it, that's not stealing. That's a sale.
So if the cops tried to confiscate your car, how would you stop them?
Well, why would the cops confiscate my car?
If you had no license in that, we'll say you drove down the road.
I would know how to conduct myself in that situation. And then if there's remedy that can be applied once it goes into impound.
What did they try to?
Shut up. There's several people that do this, including my son. He's never had a problem, though. He's not had a problem.
Just hasn't met the right cop.
He drove all the way from here, from his place in Michigan to here in Virginia, without it. Drove all the way back, got pulled over once. They let him go because he showed them. There you go. So now what?
Yep.
See, that's the thing. It's all about what you know. You got to understand, these fucking cops aren't there for your safety or any other reason. They're pirates. Okay, that's what they are. They're fucking pirates. State-sanctioned fucking pirates. That's all. More.
But like one comment you made that sheriffs are elected. They're deputies. They are not.
No, they're appointed. They're appointed, deputized by that elected official.
No.
Yes.
Because when that sheriff,
fuck you.
if
Yeah.
you ran to my county sheriff in my county, you could not fire those deputies that are there if you won.
Yes. Well, then it's
No.
not a true sheriff. Then it's not a true sheriff.
It is a true sheriff.
No,
We wouldn't let-
it is. No. I'm telling you right now, I know how the fucking shit works. Okay.
They got a union.
The sheriff's department is
The
supposed to be peace officers,
The sheriff.
not law enforcement.
Yeah, it's
Two
not.
different things.
They're not fraternal order of police. That's police.
They are upholding the Constitution, and we have liberty. That is the right of movement freely, because we are not acting in commerce. The state and the federal government are controlling commerce. That's why everybody's being licensed to do business. Back when I was a little kid, my dad was working in construction. They weren't licensed and bonded. They just built houses. And now you have to be trained, licensed, and bonded and take these stupid tests. But you didn't used to. If you wanted to do remodeling for somebody, they could just hire you. But now it's all controlled by this license.
Like there's a good one. It's just David Ayer says that you should have he's got those licensed plumbers. Okay, there's a good example. Nobody should put like I got a hot water heat system, not steam, and there is a difference in hot water heat and steam.
I know. I'm not stupid.
I would take a certified plumber over a licensed plumber any day of the week.
Yep.
Okay.
One bought permission.
Now question. If would you hire, like, I don't know, would you trust some Joe Schmo driving that to put in a plumbing system for you?
Well, of course not. We have those now, and I don't. So what the fuck? The difference between a licensed contractor and a certified contractor is that I know that the certification tells me that they know how to do what they're supposed to do. The license merely tells me that they bought permission to do what they say they're going to do. You see? So there's a difference.
Oh,
there's a quick quiz.
There are laws that I agree with that are ridiculous.
Okay, so here's a quick quiz for you. Again, something we covered a little while ago, and I know you were listening intently. So tell us, Mr. B, what is a license?
They get, like you say, you like to call permission.
No. You already have a right to do. That's what a license is.
A license is permission to do something deemed illegal. Okay.
Well, that's the newer definition.
Well, that's basically what it is.
It used to say a license, the definition was something that you already have the right to do. That's what it used to say.
They confuse us.
But they've changed it.
They confuse us with this dumb shit because, like Mr. B, he doesn't understand the difference between driving and traveling. He thinks that they're both the same thing.
No,
he doesn't realize that
traveling is like getting on an airplane, getting in a cab, getting in a bus.
Wait a second. And what type of conveyance? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It doesn't refer to any kind of conveyance. It doesn't specify that. Where does it say that traveling is defined as riding in an airplane? No, traveling is defined as moving from one place to another.
You become a passenger when you pay a fee or fare to ride a train, plane, or an automobile too.
Yeah, that was a good movie
too. I mean, a vehicle. That's their term.
Sorry, I had to be a smart ass, make it light. Planes, trains, automobiles. That was a good movie.
I know Saul been in the military, but I don't know about you, Mr. B. But in the military,
first and 19.
In the military, okay,
I was a drill sergeant.
Oh my God!
All right,
I know he was a drill sergeant.
In the military, I never been in the military.
It's also in the Navy.
Okay.
For fuck's sake! Now, I'm going. You go on, Jamie. I'm going to go get my boots. This shit's getting deep.
You want me to show you my DD-214?
Please.
I got 2 DD-214s here.
Okay, I'm just saying you've been in the military. Now let's go back in history just a little bit.
I'll show you the stud muffin, Mr. B, 20 years ago.
For God's sakes. just for a minute.
There you go, buddy.
Now, what I'm saying is back whenever they used the code talkers in the military, remember? They used the Navajo. Do you know why they used the Navajo to do that code talking? Because military is also commercial. It's a corporation. All right? The military industrial complex is a corporation. So in order to keep the secrets that they were talking about, they used the code talkers. The word code is used in business to keep trade secrets. That business is commerce. Somebody should have shook you out by them ears. But it's not a bad picture. Just saying.
Here goes
Holy
Sovereign.
shit.
There's my
Am I
baby.
not right? They used the code talkers to create a code. And then we have the United States government using code. We have every state using codes. Codes are not laws. Those are keeping trade secrets. So you have to go into those codes. You have to read the definitions for whatever code you're looking up. You want to read those codes so you know the definitions of the
Hey, you got
word.
the Army picture, Mr. B? We've all seen the Navy one now for 20 minutes.
I gotta find. I don't know where I put the Army one, but I do have it here someplace. I mean, my blue-eyed stud muffin, as I like to call it.
So just to
Oh my
touch base. So
Oh my gosh, some days I just want to just slit my own throat. Fuck it.
I know, right? So
I feel like I've wasted all this energy for absolutely nothing because he's just choosing to be.
You got a better chance of me smoking pot than
I don't
do-
care
no.
what you do. It's up to
No,
you.
I didn't discover America Austin Powers.
Person.
That's my new nickname for you, Austin Murphy. I'm gonna start calling you Austin Powers.
You've become a carbon copy of everything people told you, not because you went and actually learned it for yourself and learned the truth and learned you were lied to and deceived.
They
lie by omission. Don't you get that?
Let me just kind of this is what got me. That really kind of when I touch this down like this, man. It's like, and it's because of people that think like you, Mr.
That
B.
kid was killed because of people like Mr. B. Sorry.
Exactly. And it's like, because you think that really that's so fucking important that somebody has that little piece of plastic with their name on it and their picture. That's so important that if they don't have it, they should lose their property. And in some instances, their life. And you think that that's okay. You think that it's okay to steal shit from people because they don't have a little permission fucking slip from the government that's not even needed in the first fucking place.
Can I ask you
Why
something?
would you think
do you
that's
own
okay?
it? What do you own, really?
What if we made a rule that if somebody spits outside in public, we get to steal their house, and then somebody sees you spit out something nasty out of your mouth, you're eating and you spit, and they say, oh, we're taking Mr. B's shit because you broke the law. Would that be okay?
They're not going to make a law like that.
Why not? This is just as ridiculous. I can steal your fucking property because you don't have a little piece of plastic.
I got a question for you. What do you really own?
Wait a minute. That's okay. You think
I didn't say
that's okay?
Nope.
Mr.
What do you really own?
You have to pay somebody some fine or fee to use the road when you're in your private capacity. When you're driving that truck, you're in your commercial capacity. When you're driving your private car or truck, you're in your personal capacity, your private capacity. That's why the right of privacy is so important, because we have certain rights.
Where'd you buy your truck at, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
What?
Where'd you buy your truck?
In Washington State.
At a dealer?
State. Nope.
No.
I bought it from just the man down the street. He had it in the Craigslist, and I went and talked to him, test drove it, ran it around. Made
Eh,
a deal
eh,
with it, and voila.
Because you wouldn't buy a
I'm the,
vehicle at a dealership and just drive it
I'm,
away.
I'm the third owner. It's a 79.
Yeah.
I like
Because
Ford. They got personalities. I know people say they're found on the road dead, but everyone I've ever owned has just had a pile of personality, each one totally different. My husband's 68 Ford pickup, if you cussed it out when you walked out the door and it would crank right up, if you ever said or mentioned it near it, oh wow, it's been driving, not giving us any trouble, it's been so good, bam, it would break down when you're far enough away from the house and out in the middle of no effing where. And it was the most frustrating thing on the planet. But then I had
there's a lot of cars like that.
Then I had a Maverick that had the rings worn out in it. I was running 60-weight oil in it and still winning races in the damn thing. Because why? I was a little on the crazy side, and the only place I'd race is downtown where there's, trouble. But I never had any problems. And I won every one of them because no one was crazy like me. And that's when I didn't have a license. I drove 11 years without a license, and then I had a magistrate lie to me and tell me that it was against the law for me to drive without a license.
So you got a license now?
What do you want to change the subject to,
No,
Lulu?
I haven't had. I let my license expire when I started finding all this information, which was, well, I guess it was about 2010, 2012, somewhere in that neighborhood when I started finding the definitions, because I got on the internet when first learned to turn a computer on in 2008. So I'm a late bloomer with the internet. So I had a learning curve going on with me. But when I started looking up different things in law, going back, because I have won cases in court, and you know what? I cannot get there's nothing there. When I went in to try to get the documents and stuff, it's just flat fucking not there. And I walked out of courtrooms. I've literally told them what I had to say and turned around and walked out of the courtroom. I have had judges threaten me, and they threatened me 3 times in courtroom. Every single time it's been 3 times. And when I say, no, I'm not giving you a damn dime, they try to fine me and crap. I go, no, I'm not giving you a dime. Because in a courtroom, they give you an offer, you get to counter that offer. If you stand your ground and just refuse, it just
It's funny. What that question, you own your house?
They kicked me out of courtroom because the judge did not want to hear that what he was doing was wrong. Even though I had a book, he literally kicked me out because he didn't want all the people in the courtroom to hear what I was saying, so he kicked me out.
So Lulu here says that they're gonna says I'm going to be debating the moon landing with a 77-year-old neighbor. Besides the phone call, the POS lunar module, and the Van Allen belts, what else can I say to prove to her it was made in the basement? Oh my God, there is so much. There is so much that you can cover on that one. Oh my God, where to start?
Exactly.
It's like one of the biggest hoaxes, well, not one, it's a big one, but there's bigger ones than that. Let's see. Well, there's the fact of when we see the footage of the lunar module taken off from the moon surface, that's fake as shit looking, but plus who was there to film that? And if you turn the gamma up on that footage, you'll actually see the rafters in the ceiling where they lifted that thing up with a crane. That's one. The lunar buggy, that's another one, because that went up there in the module, right? They landed on, and then it was folded up somewhere.
Oh, that wasn't a buggy. That was a VW Beetle.
It was actually made off of a Jeep chassis.
I'm being a smart ass.
Came off a Jeep chassis, yeah. And they used a couple lawn chairs. They had an upside down umbrella that they stuck up on it to make it look like it had communications. And that was a farce, man. That was a joke. That was an absolute joke. They slow the footage down to make it look like they're on the moon and shit. But when you play it, speed it up, you can tell it's just regular fucking dune buggy rolling around in the sand. There was nothing special about that one. There's so much. I mean, just even the pressure differential of to where they were supposedly at. Why didn't how their spacesuits could even fucking function in that lack of atmosphere? How did they get in the lunar module? They must have had all their fucking space gear on before they got into it, which would have made them way too big to fit through that hatch. Or they had to change into that shit inside that cramped ass quarters. It didn't happen. Okay. It didn't fucking happen, man. No, the moon isn't even a place. Okay. It's a light. It's a thing in the sky. In fact, I don't even think that what you see as the moon is an actual physical thing. I think you're seeing a projection of something. I think the same thing with the sun. I think we all see a different sun, our own personal sun.
Oh, it's a big lighter that they shine on a tennis ball.
That's what?
It's a big lighter they shine on a tennis ball, right?
No.
Like sarcasm.
I think it's like
I just want to know how the water sticks to a globe, especially down there at the bottom.
It doesn't.
I just need somebody to prove that since everybody says that it's a globe, I want one person to create an actual globe that works just like the one that they tell us we live on. Until I see proof that they can create that. Now I can get a plate and create Earth with water and oceans and land and all that. But I need somebody, but I can't globe.
Here's another big one too, is not only water can't adhere to an object and form to its shape. Okay. We have to get into the basic specifics of this. All right. You cannot have a gas pressure system inside of a vacuum without containment. Impossible. That is impossible. Okay. Secondly, we have to look at this whole thing of how these stars and planets formed up. How in the hell does gas form into balls and catch fire in a vacuum? Since we have the principle of equalization, how in the hell would gas come together in a ball in a vacuum? It would equalize. Those gases would equalize. It all would equalize. There would be no such thing. There would be no gathering together of things. That would be completely impossible. So
it'd be like impossible for people to come in homes and change our books around and logos and stuff.
Exactly. And we know
maybe it's gremlins.
Yeah, it might be gremlins. But I mean, we know people have not been coming into people's houses and changing their Bibles and changing their books and their movies and every other thing that they thought was one thing to another. We know that that's not happening. So there's something else. It appears to be otherworldly, supernatural, above human ability. Yes,
well, maybe we're being hypnotized, like Boss Hogg hypnotized Luke Duke and made him want to get rid of the General Lee. So maybe it's Boss Hogg coming in.
That's an awful lot of fucking hypnotizing to do there, Mr. B.
Hey, you can't. Come on. It's humor there, Mr. David.
I know. I'm just saying, listen, we've explored so many different possibilities of that. Even the idea of mass hypnosis, even that.
Well, maybe Boss Hogg's doing it through Dukes of Hazzard, hypnotizing everybody. Instead of making us get rid of our General Lees, he's making us believe things are changing like that.
That's probably it. That sounds logical.
Yeah, it makes about what got going on.
Mr. B, you can hypnotize by a lot of things. That's what brainwashing is. It's somebody that's hypnotized by something that doesn't exist.
Right. Like, for instance, believing that you live on a spinning ball of water that's wobbling and whirling.
So where's the Earth sit?
What's that?
We're just floating in space, a flat.
No, there's no such thing as space. What the fuck are you
Oh.
talking about?
So where we sit,
Space.
where's the foundation?
I don't know, man.
How come
Nobody
we can't
does.
dig through the bottom and fall through?
Well, because the deepest hole ever dug was just shy of 9 miles. And they hit an impenetrable barrier where they couldn't get through anymore. And so that's probably one of the reasons.
I know if we dig too far down, then the underground people come in and capture us and take us underground.
You're not going to go any further than 9 miles, Mr. B. Sorry.
Oh.
That's as deep as it's going to go.
Deeper, 9 miles.
No, it's not. Marianas Trench is only about 8 miles deep.
The middle of the Atlantic's deeper, 9 miles.
The Marianas Trench is only about 8 miles deep.
I'm talking the middle of the Atlantic. I didn't say.
Yeah, that's where the San Andreas there. That's where the trench is at, man, in the Atlantic. It's the deepest part of the ocean.
There's deeper spots.
No, there's not. No, there's not, Mr. B. I'm telling you right now.
There's lakes that are deeper than 9 miles.
There's not.
Okay.
No, there isn't.
By who?
Well, there's a good way to find out because I don't know the answer. So I'm going to Google it and see what Mr. Google Buggers has to say.
What's that trench? What's that trench called? The the one that's in the Atlantic. You can look at it you can see it on Google Earth too. No, there's no. You're not going down below that, so nobody knows.
The maximum ocean depth, it says, is 36,161 feet.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Google told us.
Okay, so that's how many miles is that?
I have no clue.
Hang on, I'll calculate it here. I have a conversion thing.
Awesome.
All right, so that was feet. You had that in feet, right? Give me just a second. This takes a minute to come up.
Oh, okay. Here it says it's 30
kilometers.
35. It says feet. 10,935 meters. 35,876 feet deep. It doesn't have miles though.
Okay, just a second. I just put that in, and so let's see. You said 35,876 feet, right? 35,876 feet.
Yes.
Is, I typed it in wrong. 6.79497 miles.
There we
So
go.
that's not even 8 miles. That's not even 8 miles. So there you go, buddy. So anyway, what's under the earth? I don't know. Bible says the pillar's the foundation. I don't know. Nobody's ever been there. I've never been there. You've never been there. So there's a big chalk it up to I don't know. It remains motionless and unmovable. So there it is.
So, Dutch Sense has been saying that there are waves that go under the ground that create these earthquakes, and it's magma. So it's floating. So we have these earthquakes that flow around the earth along all of the plates. I happen to live on the Ring of Fire because we have a lot of volcanoes. We're over here on the Pacific Ocean, and they call it the Ring of Fire because some of the volcanoes go off when the plates shift.
Yeah, it goes all the way up around Washington State, up around the coast of Africa, then back down around all the way down to Fiji, and down around like that. It's a huge plate. It's always shifting. That's why they're always worried about the Cascadia subduction line there. And I guess they just had a feelable earthquake there just near the Bay Area, near Sacramento. I think it was just yesterday.
I remember the one in the 80s. Remember the bridges in California? They were stacked up and they all fell like a pancake. I remember that earthquake.
So on the moon landing thing, another thing about that is that nobody is going to get out of the containment. This is why I brought up the fact that you can't have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. So how did they get through the container if they did? Now, this would also mean, because this has to be a fact, that this, and if you try to tell me gravity holds the air, I can show you, prove to you in just a minute that the gravity is not going to hold air.
Oh,
Okay.
Sovereign, remember they had the ozone layer and all our air was going to escape. Remember there was a hole in the ozone layer and all our air was going to escape.
Yeah.
Remember that? What happened to that story or that narrative?
It kind of faded away like the rest of them. They said that the thinnings there is a thinning of ozone in the gas makeup of our gas pressure system, and it appears every 6 months.
We're gonna die.
No, it appears every 6 months. Okay, because ozone is created as a reaction between sunlight and atmospheric gases. So why does it appear every 6 months over Alaska in the north? Probably because the sun's in the far extreme south around the Tropic of Capricorn, and there's no need for it. Okay. God's got this, man. It's a perfect running machine. It's the most intricate and detailed clock calendar that has ever existed. And we live right on the face of it, man.
I think the ozone myth was just another psychological thing to scare.
It was more Greta shit, Dreamy. It was more Greta shit.
Yeah.
They were going to, remember, they was going to have a fucking ice age back in the 70s.
I know.
Remember? 10
By
years
the 90s, we were supposed to be living like the Jetsons in the sky with our little saucers.
Yeah. Listen, they're always.
Damn it, I'm still waiting. I'm getting old. I need them to hurry up.
Right. So
lightning produces ozone. Okay.
Right, that's not the it's the same, but it's a different there again, because it's a product of electricity. Why would the sun create ozone? Oh, would it be anything to do with the fact that the fucking thing's electric? How do you think you can harness electricity from it? Through your solar panels, man, because it's fucking electric. That's why. It's real simple. This whole thing's fucking electric, man. You got a positive surface above you. You're standing on a neutral surface. We got the salt land bridge. This thing's a huge fucking battery. The energy's right here. And the whole thing is that why are we on the ground? Well, it's because of that electricity. Buoyancy and density sorts it out, man. It's incoherent electrostatic acceleration. The fact that we're on the negative, it has to do with our charge. That's where we're going to track to. Boom. You'll notice the heaviest elements in the periodic table are a higher positive charge. Why? Because they're attracted, boom, to the negative. Negative. See, this is the whole thing, man. This is the whole thing. It's just like, yeah, 100 volts every meter up, Sean Alke. That's exactly right, man. So, like, if you hang a thin piece of wire from a kite, and you put it up there in the air a good ways, man, not even really too high, you try to touch that wire, it'll shock you, man. That ain't no shit. So here we are wondering, I got to pay my electric bill. Don't hook it up. They'll kill you. All right. So we've got that. And so there's your function like a Van de Graaff generator. MIT just made a drone here recently that flies with no moving parts, merely by changing the electrostatic charge of various portions of that whole drone. And they can lift it and steer it and land it, whatever they want to do. Now you harness that thing up so that it can recharge itself through the ambient atmosphere. Then you got something. And I think they're actually working on that. So there's the whole thing. Gravity is a theory. Electrostatic acceleration is an actual provable phenomenon. It's thousands of times stronger than supposed gravity. So there's something that most people don't take into consideration. So the fact is that there's, you live on a flat stationary plane and all the lights you see in the sky above you are centered on this fucking plane around Polaris, and they go around us, man. The sun laps the moon every 28 days. The zodiac signs lap the sun every 28 days. So because they're going just slightly faster, and that keeps us going into in each month. This is why we have a different zodiac symbol based on the constellations. This thing, like I said, it's a huge calendar clock. So with that being said, I'm looking, it's very, very late. I'm going to have to get to bed. I'm going to give you the last word, Dreamy Lynn. What do you got, babe? Where'd you go? Dreamy went off to take a leak. That's what happened. Mr. B, I'll let you have it.
Oh, we'll do it again. Everybody stay safe.
All right.
I love our comedy shows.
Oh, we do. It's fun. It's like Monty Python, only without the accents.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So what we need to look at for next time, Mr. B, is we need to find out what the flight velocity
I'm back.
of an unladen African swallow is. Okay? An unladen African swallow's flight velocity. This is needed so that we could know if one could carry a coconut husk to England. Right? Anybody that watches Monty Python would understand exactly what I'm talking about. So, Dreamy, anything before we go?
Yes. I just ask everyone to open their minds a bit. Stop just listening to somebody else's word and go actually look it up and see for yourself and read it for yourself. And don't just read it. Learn their word definitions. That's crucial.
I would,
especially these days.
There's a book I would recommend. It's really good if you want to learn some of that, and not only how it's used in law, but how it's used in other instances as well. And it's this book by, let me see if I can get it to come up without being, what the fuck here, guy? There we go. Word Magic by, the author's name is Pao Chang. Okay.
I'm writing that down.
Paochang, Word Magic. And it's got a lot of good information in here. It's actually kind of a fun read as well. So I think I got it on Amazon for, I mean, it's about $8 or $9.
If people would read and comprehend it, our only responsibility is to do no harm to others. Now, there's going to be accidents, but an accident is not somebody purposely hurting someone else. It's just an accident. And prior to insurance scam, and insurance is called a scheme for a reason. And if you know what a scheme is, then you know it's a scam or a con.
It's a plan. It's like where the word schematics.
They took accidents and turned them into a crime in the commercial codes. But you have to know who those commercial codes are for and those that are required, and the difference between public and private. You have right of privacy, and that's not something man can give you or take away.
Well, like you said, scheme is a plan, a layout, right? And this is where the word schematics come from. When you're looking at how electricity patterns are laid out or something, they call that what? Schematics, scheme, the scheme, how you're running it. Very good. Very good. Yes. That reminds me, my dad, when he was a tool and die maker for General Motors. And of course he was in the union there, and the union went on strike, and they wanted in their contract negotiations to include dental insurance. So when they went back to work, they had dental insurance. Now, my father, prior to that, would go to the dentist, and if he had to have a tooth pulled, it cost $8. Okay. So now he's got this insurance that he only has to pay 10% copay of the overall bill. So he went to have a tooth pulled, and now the price was $80 of which he had to pay 10% of, which was still $8 fucking dollars.
Yep.
So what happened? Dude made $72 more than he did before for the same shit.
It's like when my kids were little, I paid out of my pocket because it was $35. With insurance, it was 60 something.
Yeah, see, it's fucking insane, man.
It's
People think,
that's
oh,
why I read the RICO Act. There's a good read. You want to read something, read the RICO Act and what it's for.
I think that one's good. You got to see the Rico Suave Act. No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. Well,
Thanks for having me.
It's been good. Say hey to everybody that's there in the chat. Listen, we're gonna do one on the moon one night, Lulu. If we had more time, we'd be able to get into it a little bit more. But yeah, listen, it ain't hard to show that that's bullshit. If you don't have it, look for the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, Zodiac Clock app on your Play Store for your phone. It costs like $2.99 or something like that. But anyway, it's a great tool. It's got an archive of videos that it'll link you to, and there's a whole playlist of videos from about the moon landing. In fact, I wonder, let me do something here real quick. I'm going to do this for you, Lulu. Let me do something for you real quick. I got to get off here in a minute and feed these or give these dogs some water. They're almost out. They're going to start scraping their bowl. So yeah, this thing is really great. It's a great demonstrational tool. Let me see. I'll click on questions. Let this thing come up. Let me see. The moon landing. There's a whole. What about the tides, the lies? What about the maps? ISS, sticks and walks, moon showers. Moon phases. Hang on. We're finding it. All the basic. God damn it. We can see too far. Seasons. Damn it. Where is that? Where does the sun go? What about the moon landing? I think there's a whole thing on this. I'll have to find it and get it tomorrow. I really have to get to tend to these dogs. I'm sorry about that, Lulu. I will find you some. But anyway, you guys, you all have a good night. As we like to say on here, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. And if you see a doctor, get rid of him. Okay.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.